Toa nai mai ki te hui o te Pūroro Āmua, the Planning Environment Committee, e tēnei rā. So if we could stand for the karakia, please, except obviously those at home, you do not need to do that. Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, we'll start again. Apologies. Sorry, I am very tired. Whakataka te hau ki te uru.
Whakataka te hau ki te tonga. Kia mākina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi aki ana te atakura, he teo, he huka, he hauhu, tihei mauri ora.
Apologies for that. Sorry, we've got some apologies today. So Mayor Foster, Deputy Mayor Sarah Free and Liz Kelly for absence. Are there any other ones? So I'm not able to see on Zoom, so I can't see people's hands. Oh, now I can. Thank you. Okay, no other apologies. Right, I'm going to move them, and if I could have a seconder. Thanks, Councillor Wolf, and if you could just raise your hands. Thank you very much. So all those in favour? Okay, so that looks, sorry, it's a bit difficult to tell. Thank you very much. Conflict of interest declarations, does anyone have any to declare? No? Okay, that's great. And now I'm just going to move that we approve the minutes from the 11th of August. I'm moving that. Councillor Paul, do you want a second?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If you could now vote again, just hands again. Thank you. Right. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Conde. Okay, so there are no items not on the agenda and no public participation because we are doing public participation all day today. So we need to suspend some standing orders. So I'm going to move those. Councillor Paul can second. 16.4, Chairperson rising. 16.5, members to speak in place and address the Chairperson. 16.6, priority of speakers. And 20, rules of debate, the entire section. And then we'll agree to reinstate all those standing orders once we resume the meeting. So Councillor Paul will second. If people could vote again, please. Thank you.
Councillor Pannett?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I just I couldn't find the link for this main part of the meeting. I was in the other one. Can you just, I've just joined. Can you just say, what are we voting for?
Oh, of course. So it's just the suspension of standing orders part.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, nothing important, Councillor.
Okay.
No,
wouldn't like to vote the wrong way.
Okay, so that's unanimous, right? Thank you very much. Okay, and now we go on to listen to our wonderful public submitters. Very pleased to have you all here today. So just so it's really clear, we have split this meeting into two because some submitters have wished to go online and some have wanted to appear in person. So this meeting will be live streamed, the one in Chambers, and then the one online will be uploaded onto YouTube so people can have a look. So very, very grateful for everyone giving up their precious time today to come and talk with us. So if we can now, I think just Heidi, presumably the other team will just go off into their meeting and start their process and we will start ours. Councillor Paul, is that all good?
Yeah.
Okay, right, well, we'll see you back after 3 o'clock.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ka kite.
So, Madam Chair, did you get my apologies for lateness? Thank you.
I did. We moved those. Thank you. No, sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Right, so Nick.
And Councillor Young, you're moving to the other online session.
Right, okay, good. Okay, right, well, we are now all ready to go. So, Andrew Bartlett, a warm welcome to you. Sorry, just a bit of formalities. Now, just to all the submitters, you've only got 5 minutes if you're an individual, so we've read your submission, so just use it at the time as you like.
I speak in favour of the Miramar to Mount Cook cycle route. Yes, I jest, but I have a serious point. Because the bike network already built by this council over recent years has been a roaring success. has enabled changes in my own family that I never imagined possible. My darling wife Kirsty and I cycled often in Canberra, where I was born, and before we came over to Wellington 8 years ago. But cycling in Wellington for her was always unimaginably risky. Recently, Kirsty took up employment at Wellington High, and to my great and pleasant surprise, decided to cycle into work. Kirsty has cycled more than I have this year, and in turn has dramatically dropped our car use, as she can also accompany our children home from school by bike, where they go to school on the peninsula. The amazing work of by Wellington City Council and voted by many of you here today made that possible. With the exception of an unfortunate gap on Evans Bay Parade, Kirsty's route is off-road, bike priority and separated from traffic, all the way from Miramar to Te Papa. This work will continue that, avoiding the busy Tory Street and almost entirely closing the gap to Wellington High. The key is the awesome design work done on Kent and Cambridge Terrace. Threaded carefully to avoid state highways, loading docks and uncontrolled slip lanes. I'm actually really impressed. I know turning bays are concerned, and but they're being closed for good reason, avoiding uncontrolled crossings where cyclists would be coming up behind, where vehicles are turning across those crossings. And so I really am confident traffic will adapt. I realise it's a challenge, but and finally, on the remainder, I'll leave you with one thought. I still remember we were in Kilburnie at this point. My now very road-confident daughter Celeste, who you will have heard from on previous submissions, pedalling her little guts out, riding up the bus lane, heading on Adelaide Road up towards the hospital, as a bus crept up behind her. To the patient bus driver that day, I say thank you. To you voting for this improvement next week, please think of her also.
Kia ora, thank you very much. Councillors, any questions? Thank you. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Andrew. Just hearing about your wife taking up cycling this year, if the bike lane were, the decision to have a bike lane there were to change along this route, do you think your wife would continue to cycle, or do you think she would find other modes of transport?
No, she's comfortable enough with the ride up Tory Street, but she finds that the busy bit of the route. So it's, as we create, but that gets her to Wellington High. That extra extension will get other people closer, so there's only one section further to wherever their workplace is. I mean, I'd feel more if you're going to Wellington College, for example. I think that Kent and Cambridge Terrace is pretty awful to be cycling up. So I don't think it'd make a massive change to, that's a real decision we've made in a family. We're really trying to drop our car use. But I was really pleased to see, hey, this really links up. And for others who maybe they're further afield at one end or other, these extra links make a difference. And it's not just linking Newtown to the waterfront and the city. It's actually linking other parts of the city, to the hospital. And I think that's what I wanted to really, I was thinking about what was really, and also really wanted to emphasise, there's a lot of debate about the top end up near Newtown. Everyone hears Newtown to the city, and everyone's really fighting about the Newtown sections, particularly as it's been seen. I wanted to emphasise just how important this little bit that seems might seem unimportant down Kent and Cambridge Terrace is actually really, really valuable. So, and shouldn't be sort of downgraded or other things because it's not the controversial end in some senses.
Thank you very much. That was incredibly helpful and will inform our decision making.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Arabella Bolter from DSP Wellington. Warm welcome to you. No?
Not here yet.
Oh, okay. Daryl Coburn, are you here? No, I don't think so. Felicity, would you like to go a bit earlier? You can wait. No, you're keen. Heidi, are you able just to put the timer on? Thank you. That's wonderful. Right, you know our processes really well, Felicity. Warm welcome.
Today, I stand in solidarity with Āmua and her 82-year-old father of the general grocer store in Newtown. And I stand in solidarity with Laura the florist, who suffered because taking away the parking has taken away her business. Āmua's father had a previous business in Tinakuri Road, destroyed by council when half of Thorndon was bulldozed for the motorway. Later still, council made roading changes to the Hawkstone Street intersection and the dairy closed. Now Āmua's family is in the group of heritage-listed shops at Ridderford and John Street. The shops include the oldest premises in all of Newtown. This year, the parks outside were taken away, and bravely, she went to court to establish the illegality of the council action, winning the injunction. The result of the court case was bullying from cycle activists. Green MP Julianne Genter targeted businesses associated with the court case, and the other grocer was mistakenly bullied and abused by Cycleway supporters until they identified Āmua's store as the correct target. The cycle leader called for calm and turned attention to getting central government to change the law to get rid of substantive consultation on cycleways, and that's a done deal with submissions closing next week. I am a vision-impaired cyclist, occasional visitor to the Blind Foundation nearby, and I cycled to Te Haupai Rest Home via Hospital Road for a year recently. Yesterday I cycled to the hospital for an appointment. Cyclists do need a safe route, but the temporary layout is dangerous and confusing, and it's not the right solution. The Gaisley plan for cyclists on the centre median strip along Cambridge Kent Terrace and similar for Ridderford Adelaide, creating a two-way centre road cycleway to and from Main Street is better. I propose a slow shared zone at the merge point near John Street and use of hospital land to bypass the intersection. We need to decarbonise, but the evidence is that council's efforts are expensive and will have almost no impact on New Zealand's overall emissions. The New Zealand Infrastructure Commission reports Wellington has 2.3 times the national ownership of electric vehicles, and that by 2035, most cars will be electric. The cost of reducing carbon emissions by the cycleway is $4,800 per tonne, while the cost of reduction by planting trees would be $80 a tonne. The $226 million could better be spent on council housing or rates reduction. Wellington does not have an issue with air quality. There will be no material air quality improvements. Please publish the research relied on to show that businesses benefit from cyclists. The single study in San Francisco on a grid pattern street is irrelevant. Stripping a few car parks from outside heritage buildings is a lose-lose solution. You represent party politics, and the contractors are booked to start work soon. A single Tunisian citizen ignited the Arab Spring in frustration over bullying of his fruit cart business. The party politic process is no longer working for people of the place. And I applaud Āmua, who's standing as a candidate in the Southern Ward elections. Kia
Felicity.
Āmua, and all candidates supporting place-based planning. Thank you.
Thank you. We're not having any campaigning today. Councillors, any questions of Felicity? Deputy Mayor Free.
Felicity, a lot of the conflict is around car parking. What do you think are the solutions for the hospital car parking, for businesses, mainly the hospital actually?
Look, I know that area well. As I said, I visited Te Haupai Rest Home using the Hospital Road access point and also Owen Street for 1 year on my bicycle. I've met with the hospital people to talk about how appalling the car parking situation is for pedestrians and transit people through the hospital grounds. There's a lot of land in there. There's a very good route that you would use the closed-off street to the north of the heritage shops and then go through the car park of the Blood Centre, and you could pop out in the safe road exiting the main hospital. So there's plenty of alternatives. Listening to the people who live and work there would be a great start. And it didn't happen. You had monthly meetings with transit cyclists who live in Miramar, but you didn't talk to the right people of the place. And people of the place are really angry. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicity. A useful contribution, much appreciated. Right, Arabella Bolter. It's not here. Okay, Daryl, how are you? Are you? Sorry, we're running a little bit ahead of time. Would you like to speak now? Or would you just like a few minutes?
I don't need to say very much.
Okay, thank you.
I'm representing the.
Oh, sorry, we're just into the microphone. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry, at the lectern. Yeah.
I'm nearly blind.
All right. Welcome to you.
Thank you. Representing the Interprofessional Trust, which has got a staggering record over the last 30 years, and the Architectural Centre, which of course stopped the basin flyover, and also my body corporate, which is behind La Fare, above the kitchen studio. It's called the Palazzo, the best block of apartments in Wellington. And we're all in support of what you're doing, of course, as Andy would know. And it's a delight to see things have changed so dramatically under your guidance. We've moved away from the American-inspired motorist attitude of motorways and car parks being the solution for cities, and as we know, the motor car hasn't solved the traffic problems of any city in the world, and it's had vast sums of money thrown at it. So why people still think they can do it beats me. So I'll say what the body corporate want me to say, which is that cars parked on the curbside are a brilliant barrier for the safety of pedestrians. But if they have to be removed for passenger transport, which is being carefully driven, then that's okay. But please don't remove them, especially from racetracks. And as you know, all over the world, every time you get a one-way street, especially 2 lanes, the hoons will get in and compete with each other. So it always ends up, every single time, as a raceway. So please don't remove car parks other than for PT and other purposes. As far as the Architectural Centre and Professional Trust are concerned, we think the proposals are all good. They're heading in the right direction. Is Patrick Morgan here yet? When he's here, he'll be able to say much more than I can tell. We were foundation members of Cycle Aware Wellington and the National Network, but we haven't concentrated on that. We've had other bigger things to do. So I hope some of you are going to ask me questions about street furniture and maybe something else. Is there anything that I haven't said that you want me to say?
Oh, it's great that you've given us some direction. Thank you. Right, Councillor Condi.
Yeah.
Could you tell us some more about street furniture, please?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. It is just incredible. This is a worldwide problem. Architects and planners have joined the fashion industry. They are no longer a science. They are doing what the glossy magazines want them to do, and that is quirky, different, odd, unusual things. As a profession, I am disgusted with my profession. I resigned from both of them in the 1980s, and because they just promote fashion. They are not interested in precedent, nothing. Do not accept anything that comes before you where they can't show you excellent precedents and photographs of where it's been, because they are all lying. If it hasn't been proven and shown to be successful, don't go there. I was the last apprentice for William Gray Young, who, as you know, designed the railway station, the best building in Wellington, and he was very firm on this. Don't experiment on your client's money. Make sure it's proved. There is absolutely no excuse to think you're going to be a Frank Gehry and do the Bilbao Museum. And even if you could, a street full of Bilbao museums would be ghastly. The best streets in the world are like the bit of Lambton Quay between Plymouth Steps and Old Quitcools, which is a line of Renaissance or we used to call them Georgian, or the correct name is the timeless style. There's only one style of architecture which is timeless, and that's the Renaissance style. And that's the best street, and so that comes second to the railway station. So don't do that. And street furniture, yes, I'll get back onto that. Your predecessors and your officers have been misleading you just about 100%. There was nothing wrong with the traditional old-fashioned park bench, timber with arms at each end, and a back to lean on. You cannot do it. And how that got past your officers, who are meant to be experts at this sort of stuff, and they're clearly not. They should be back in the apprentice department. I have trained many, many apprentices over the 50 years I've been running an office, and they all love me because I give them plenty of scope for expressing themselves, but they know that if they bring me anything which has not been proven, I'm going to cancel it.
That was a really good answer.
Yeah, I know far too much. I'm doing.
Yeah, no. We'll invite you back in to give us some lessons on urban design. We've run out of time now, Daryl. But look,
it was quick, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. But thank you so much. And there's actually a lot more to discuss in your brief answer. Thank you very much.
Power to your elbow, guys.
Thank you very much. Right, I presume Arabella is not. Maybe she's just not able to come. John Fazandia, are you here? No. Urmila, I don't think I've seen Urmila. No. Urmila, welcome. Do you want to come early? Okay, welcome. And thank you for your very detailed submissions. Really appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Āmua Bana, if you guys don't know. Thank you for allowing me this brief time to speak to my submission. When preparing my detailed and comprehensive submission on Council's cycleway policy, I chose my words carefully to help convey to you how, if left unchanged, this policy will impact on me and other business owners in Newtown affected by the proposed cycle route. I have tried to avoid the emotive and challenging words in my submission and also in earlier discussions with Council and the officers. These words were dismissed as I live in hope that Council and officers may yet heed my pleas and halt the work on the cycleways until the negative impacts of the policy have been resolved. That said, the one word I have not dismissed and consider appropriate for my situation and that of many of the other business owners in Newtown who will be facing carnage as an outcome of this policy. Let me give you a fact supporting carnage. Newtown South businesses are down 38% to 53% after the removal of nearly 150 car parks. Rutherford North, 2 businesses have closed as sales are down by 80%. The rest of us were experiencing sales drops weekly, trending at 80% during the close of the car parks in the immediate area. Clamouring back after the interim injunction, 60% drops and some to 75%. Unsustainable long-term carnage. In addition, the resulting constant traffic congestion due to the roads being narrowed to single lanes saw convenient shopping in Newtown no longer being convenient. As stated, carnage is not a word I use lightly. However, my challenge to you, the Council and the officers, is to stop the cycleway now and review the project with a more realistic, enlightened design and open, honest dialogue with businesses affected by the proposed cycleway that achieves a win-win outcome for both the cyclists and business owners. Fact 2, this poorly thought out plan sees freight crews no longer wanting to come through Newtown to service the retail industry and the home delivery services. These are now in free fall as it takes too long to get the meals to the households with food arriving cold. The knock-on effect is freight loses their fee, restaurants lose their customers and or face refunds for inedible food. Carnage means you will shut down Newtown and reduce people's choice from long-standing established businesses in Wellington. Fact 3, the carnage accrued by this policy is very expensive to save a nano amount of emissions, $4,800 per tonne to save 0.4% if all the cycleways are up and running. On the other hand, planting trees would cost $80 per tonne and provide a better emissions outcome. Vehicles will be removed. Can you stop that, please? Sorry, Simon. Let me reiterate here that I and others are not opposed to cycle thoroughfare. Believe that. We're not. And I believe that I have always expressed this point. However, we have genuine concerns in our objections to the design as proposed. The total lack of engagement with businesses and consultation throughout the Newtown area and those of other suburbs of note. Thorndon, Tinakori Road, Island Bay Mark II, shortly Island Bay Mark III. Others are graciously given 5 years to prepare, adjust or shut down, e.g. Aro Valley, fashionably tuned as pivot your business. Imagine saying that to Mawson's, Resine's, our general grocer Newtown or Gaisley, for supporting Wellington for 104 years, 76 years, 55 years, and 28 years respectively. You may dismiss my use of the word carnage as being over the top or even provocative. Inconsiderate planning have seen people needing access to auxiliary medical services by car. They now have no suitable parking available to them. I can't honestly see how they will get there by any other mode of transport. This dilemma for patients of medical auxiliary services are a direct result of the cycle lanes design. I ask, does the planner not consider patients worthy of unimpeded streets? Because they surely can't ride a bike. There are 2 car parks provided on an incline on Hall Street. Considered adequate? Reasonable for patients? I ask you. There is correlation emerging in Wellington. Plonk down cycleways and bump the pedestrian and disrupt egress to business, a route to closure. Carnage. Please let me assure you that if the proposed cycleway is not reviewed through a meaningful consultation process and amendments made to the cycleway policy, and by considering all factors, e.g. the financial impact on businesses in our city, I guarantee you will witness a large-scale social, human and economic carnage in this diverse community as a result of this policy. The community, medically compromised and immigrants to Wellington will be made the losers, with the well-heeled being the winners. Immigrant communities have a very wide network traversing suburbs, seeing and interacting with people of similar vitality, people they identify with, trust and provide service with knowledge of important social and cultural needs. Newtown has always been a start-up area for immigrants and may always will be so for independent businesses of the like. I certainly hope that with local councils, communities of the future, that Wellington City Council are not inadvertently causing segregation of not only the roads, but of people. Neither business or immigrants want to be encased in a suburb, never to reach out to their network of generational friends, business needs and family. Can you stop waving, please? Please let us avoid this carnage and deep-felt bitterness that will ensue. Thank you for listening. I am open to questions.
Thank you. Yes, Mayor Foster was just signalling to me that he wanted to ask a question. Right, so Mayor Foster, first question.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Questions if I can. The first one of them is just would, as this is assessed, I mean, you've said that the turnover is down by anything 60 to 80% for different businesses. And if we're engaging on this going forward, would that data be available to be shared on a confidential basis so that people could say, yes, we can see the impact on business?
I can't speak on behalf of the other businesses, I'm sorry, and it will be up to them based on the research that we're doing, whether they give that to City Council. But the thing is, you guys have got the best amount of resources to be able to be calculating and projecting these figures. And by that very question, it says to me that you haven't done this before plonking down the cycleways.
Well, that's why I'm asking for the assistance there. Okay, second one is, can you just...
Can I just respond to that? That's why you're asking. But my point is that as a $1 billion and over organisation, why has the financial impact not been done? And you're asking that question now.
Second question, can you just spell out a little bit more about how the engagement has gone? Because we know that the front end probably wasn't particularly good. We know that there was some more, but I'm interested in hearing it from your... No, I'm interested in hearing it from your end.
I have not seen one council officer offer to come and consult in the second phase after the interim relief.
Okay.
Also, just to answer your question, the same businesses that were not consulted are the same businesses that have not been consulted recently. So I ask you, again, you haven't done the financial impact, you haven't consulted with the business. How are you capable of making a decision as councillors when the most important details of a $1 billion organisation, social, financial and consultative, which is part of the Local Government Act, you've not done?
Thanks very much, Arabella.
Are there any other questions, please?
Any other questions? Can I just ask, Emma, and I do appreciate all the work that you've done. In a democracy, we try to balance a whole lot of needs and interests, and we're trying to make space for cyclists. I'm just wondering about, whilst making sure that we support other interests as well, are you able just to provide a bit of a reflection on how that is best done, you think, in this particular case? Because there has to be some change at some point if we're going to make space for cyclists. So, and I know you've provided some detailed feedback on how that might be done.
Okay, so I see the issue in Wellington, we've got narrow streets, for starters. We've only got literally up to 1 to 2 lanes in most of the streets around Wellington. But your officers didn't even look at the medium strips. Your officers didn't look at unloading the busiest intersections on bypass routes. For example, on our street, we've got John Street and Adelaide Road bringing a lot of traffic to the medical facilities, 3 hospitals in the area, plus the auxiliary services. A lot of that traffic can come up Adelaide Road and go down Hospital Road and get into the car parks. That's unloading a lot of the volume of the intersection, which means with that incorporated, slowing down the streets from 50 to 30 Ks and utilising the medium strips, we're going to have a win-win for everybody, because don't forget, I am a cyclist. I do triathlons. My dad used to cycle back in the day. He's now got a fractured hip. He's not going to be cycling at 82. So we need modes of transport for him in a private vehicle, because nobody wants to display their medical issues on a public transport alternative. But I do believe that we can come up with a win-win outcome, but I don't believe you can get that by predetermining the outcomes, which is how the consultation went earlier this year and the zero consultation that we've had since the interim relief.
All right, thank you. That's really clear. Again, thank you very much for the work that you've put into this issue.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. No, we appreciate it. I know you've got to get back to your work. Right, Arabella, a warm welcome to you. Thanks for coming in.
Hi, kia ora. I'm sorry I'm late. Wellington buses.
That's okay. That's okay. We are trying to fix that too.
Kia ora. So I'm speaking on behalf of DSP Wellington. It is our rainbow cycling group within Wellington. So this was a group that was formed last year to create a space for the rainbow community in Wellington to participate in events. And at the moment, I think we have around about 200 members or so, and we have a group of us who ride regularly. What we want to do to grow this group is to ensure the safety of all of our members and ensure that we can ride safely. And a lot of our members have not ridden in Wellington because they own a bike, but they don't feel 100% comfortable riding on the road yet. So we would we unequivocally support the cycleway, but we understand that the businesses want it to be tinkered with, and I think that is what we should really go for as well. I do agree with the businesses that there hasn't been enough consultation, but I think putting a legal blocking to it did not allow it to tinkered with and altered in real time, which is, I think, is part of the problem. The other thing is I don't know if it's possible, but the ramp that has the big cutoff, I think it should just be ramped on both sides, because I feel like that is just an accident waiting to happen on the bits. It's very scary for me, and I'm a very confident cyclist, and I have to put all my concentration into going up there. I feel like I know one day I might seriously hurt myself. Both of them on the ramps?
Yeah.
Yeah, just extend both the ramps, because I don't think it should. It's like at least a 2-foot stop, and especially if it's peak traffic, it's a very you definitely couldn't fit 2 people there because it's X wide. So yeah, it's always a bit scary for me. And the other thing is, this is just on behalf of myself, but I am a parent, and I never considered making my will before, but I got car doored on Adelaide Road the other day, and I have since made a will because I just have this gut feeling that, because I live in Berempore and I cycle to town and I cycle to uni, so that area is my main stretch. I do the Adelaide, Redford, John Street intersection every day, and every day it is really scary. So that's just something I'd never considered before living in Wellington. I know a lot of council is asking in their election campaigns how they can make Wellington more vibrant and more inclusive. So part of DSP Wellington is evolving the rainbow community. We have some Pride events coming up, I believe, for Wellington Pride, and engaging in the rainbow community would be a great way for the council to achieve their vibrancy, diversity and inclusivity. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We've got some questions. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Arabella. My party is DSP has a wide range of users. Some we know that rainbow people tend to have different experiences of using public and private transport. Is there any specific or particular experiences that DSP members have when they're using a cycle lane? So, for example, do we need more of those? Forgive me, the bike. The little sections when you stop at an intersection where the bikes rest at the top, or what kind of things can we maybe incorporate into Newtown that would make it safer?
Yeah, I think so. Also, I think just education, because even I didn't know that the bike with the 2 arrows meant that a bike could take the lane. I only very recently learned this. Yeah, I feel like that should be, and also, I feel like everyone needs to know that, because even I didn't know that until recently.
Same. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Free. Sorry.
You're always allowed to take the lane. Always. It's just to make it kind of like people realise that a little more. The ramp, were you talking about it needing to be wider or needing to be less steep?
Probably both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like at rush hour with a lot of people trying to get up it, and I guess it's just one at a time on that. But it is, yeah, I think so long as it's ramped on both sides, that will help. I know you can only go in the one bit, but I think being ramped on both sides would help.
Okay, my next question, which is harder, is you did say something about you thought we could work more with businesses and there might be some solutions. As a cyclist, what would you be prepared to compromise to allow maybe the businesses to have a little bit more of what they're obviously wanting, which is, I suppose, space for customers?
Yes. I agree with the previous speaker about how you can use the hospital road, because I give blood once a month at the place there, and yeah, it's never used, but that could definitely take off a lot of traffic. I think the main thing is because of the court order, it hasn't been allowed to be updated in real time, and frequent, newer solutions put into place. And I think, I'm not sure if this meeting is putting a memorandum on it, but I think so long as it is tinkered with and updated in real time, a better solution for both parties can be met.
That's useful, thank you.
Yeah, and just following on from that, so you'd support a lower speeds, and what about the use of the medium strips, which is being proposed?
Is they the physical barriers?
Yes.
Okay. I am fine with just a painted cycleway, but that's just me.
Okay, so you think other members of your group might want more protection?
Yes, but I understand that that is a tricky part, a tricky compromise to meet.
Okay, no, that's helpful. That's exactly what we're sort of struggling with. Right, well, look, thank you for coming along and giving that perspective. That's incredibly helpful. Sorry, Councillor Foon, apologies.
Oh, good. Kia ora, Bella. And just in terms of, I've seen you riding up and down Adelaide Road, but what would make the area more attractive to you in terms of, wanting to get off on the bike and go into the local shops?
Well, that's the thing, is that I do, like, Another Chapter, my favourite bookshop next to Countdown. What else is along there? I love the Newtown Grocer. Like, you get veggie market prices all year round. My dentist is there, so it's a really easy trip for me. And I mean, I don't drive anyway, but it's easy to get to by bus and it's easy to get to by bike. Like, there's lots of great businesses there, and I don't think increasing the accessibility would stop people going there.
Great. Okay. No, thank you. That's incredibly helpful on a number of levels. Appreciate that. Thank you. Right. John Fazandia, a warm welcome to you, and apologies, we're running just a little bit late. We just fit someone else in, but we're getting there.
Tapu pe mo e whiwhine e sea, tapu pe mo e tangata eki a mea a kolomu a koeni a Wellingtoni. This greetings, a recognition, this is Tongan Language Week, so there's a greeting, an acknowledgement of you. When I was in my 20s, my brother was killed in a motor accident. And 10 weeks later, my mother was killed in a motor accident. Roads are dangerous and highly emotional. 3 years ago, I sold my car. This was another highly emotional moment because my identity was so strongly connected with owning a very fine motor car. I live in Mount Victoria, and I drove the car maybe once a week, and occasionally it got knocked, even when it was parked, and at one stage was off the road for 8 weeks. And I worked out that a trip to Island Bay was costing me $75. And so when I did those sums, I still was reluctant to give up the car because it was so much part of me. This is a highly emotional topic for everybody. And I noticed that I was running a workshop. I teach people to manage emotions in the workplace. I run workshops for a worker recently who said, as far as I'm concerned, you're a bunch of wobs. They're a bunch of wobs. I said, what's WOB stand for? That's wankers on bikes. He was very passionate about not liking cyclists. And I have heard cyclists refer to people in motor cars by disparaging names. But what we're attempting to do is make big change in the way that we live and move. And we need to do it because of the climate, let alone for our general good health. But so currently I have an e-bike. I do go to Island Bay once a week. I ride up to Newlands and Karori and out to Petone, so I use it. I now use it in all weathers. I didn't used to think I could do that, but with the appropriate weather gear. When I was a kid, I used to ride in all weathers, so I'm still a kid at heart. So these things are possible, but I think it's what I'm really interested in. Notice, for a start, my wife won't ride a bike. I'm a risk taker, but she is afraid of a bit like the previous speaker, recognizing the dangers. And Even for her, this is an emotional question as to whether she would ride a bike or not. When I got back on the bike, I did get huge support from the Pedal Ready program, and I'd encourage you to keep supporting that. It's huge. In fact, again, just knowing the road rules as they are. But I do also feel greatly for businesses and for people in cars about that emotional shift. Now, businesses they will close, they change, they will shift, and you, the council, will get blamed for it because of this. However, over time, businesses always change, close, and shift, and something else causes that. There used to be farriers were very prominent in this city over 100 years ago, and then horses got replaced by cars and all the farriers went out of business. Now, this is one of the hard things about leadership, is that people will be affected by your decisions, and what I'm here for today is to encourage you to keep embrace the authority and the leadership that is needed and the courage that's needed to make changes. Now, it's not just wholesale, and it's about you listening to people and about the whole consultation process. But I notice in listening to speakers just how emotional their expression of the disaster that's going to happen and so on and so forth. This is not disastrous. This is the challenge for us to make these necessary changes, both for the climate, but also for our own well-being, our own benefit. My own fitness, for instance, has improved immensely since I've been riding a bike, and but attend to the emotional needs and the emotional process of people in this whole process of developing better cycleways. Thank you.
That was a very clear submission. Thank you very much. Any quick questions? No. Oh, Mayor Foster, very quickly. Yep.
Look, thanks, John, for that. So basically what you're saying is keep progressing, but work more closely with people.
Absolutely, yeah. Cool. And realise that the reason it's hard is it's hard enough because of the narrow streets, but it's hard because it's about people and about wanting, it's about the people. The economy is one thing, but it should be at the service of the people.
Thank you. That was really helpful. Appreciate it. Thank you. And now another John Whiting. A warm welcome to you. Thanks for coming in.
Kia ora, councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to put some submissions in person. My opposition to the current situation there, particularly in Ridderford Street North, is about the complete removal of all car parks and what that's done. What that's done to the retailers, the small retailers, and that's really the corner that I speak from here today. I'm not a retailer, but I've got close associations with them, and I feel their hurt. I feel their pain. I know their pain. And I don't think there's been proper consultation, if any, certainly not adequate, and that would be the very least of what needs to be done into the future. And I mean proper consultation. And we've already heard about the monetary effect on these retailers. Some of them are on the brink of being knocked out of the game. And that gets to me a bit, because Wellington City councils, and I would hope councils all over the country, retail business is a key of our economies. And I think there's a bit of losing sight of that with the cycleways. Okay, we know all the arguments for cycleways, the whole range of them. They're well known to all of us. But surely retail is the heart of a city like this, and council should be keeping a very close watch on that and not letting it just be kicked into the curb. The other big effect up there in Ridderford Street is on sick and elderly needing to go to the hospital, needing to go to the blood testing and all the other medical facilities up there. I've been part of that myself. I've been visiting family and been a patient in that hospital. And to have those car parks outside has always been a very, very important feature for people needing those services. They've lost that now. I don't know how the heck they're getting on individually, but it's a major. And to me, they're some of the really blatant effects. And I think, although there's other cycleways around the place, I think the impact now in Rutherford Street North is sort of, that's highlighted it. That's probably the toughest street you've had to deal with so far in terms of its size, the volume of traffic, etc. And I would like to put forward to council that you should look at there must be some alternative streets there. I could name them, but I don't really want to. You know where they are. You can have a look on a map. There's some alternative streets that could be utilised. Can't we look at that? Why can't we look at that? That's the sort of thing that I think is worthy of you people having a good look at it. And not only looking at it, but we need to see some progress in that sort of direction. And take the pressure off Rutherford Street. That's one of the busiest streets traffic-wise in the city. You only got to stand there on any day and you'll see that. Or put your measuring cable across. But that's some of the... and I was going to say, myself and family, we've been huge supporters of Laura at Four Seasons Florist, still are, and I know how that business is suffering, and so are the others, and that's not fair, it's not just, and the council should be taking the responsibility that these people, the retailers, their suffering shouldn't be at the level it is to facilitate cycleways. So I ask council to, put some real effort into reaching a much more fairer and just outcome than we've got at the moment, and that would restore some confidence and hope to local businesses. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Can I just ask you about change, John, in a city? I mean, all cities change to some extent. Do you think there's a place for this wonderful part of the city to evolve?
Yes, of course there is. I mean, any city's changed and evolved over all the years they've been in existence. So you've got to look for solutions.
Okay.
But I don't think that's the right solution at the moment. It's too harsh. It's too harsh in an uneven way.
Okay.
On some of the structures, some of the people. It gets down to people involved.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your time and your contribution.
Thank you.
All being taken into consideration. And Laura. Hi, Laura. It's good to see you again. And you do beautiful flowers.
Thank you. Morena, Mayor and councillors. I speak strongly opposed to the unutilised 24/7 cycleway that destroyed my small business of 29 years on Rutherford Street. I've owned my florist shop, Four Seasons Florist, for close to 29 years. I purchased it from a former city councillor, John Gilberthorpe. I had to move from my original location at number 32 up to 12 Rutherford Street, where my shop has been situated for the last 17 years. This was because of the new Ronald McDonald House that had extended in size with its development. When I purchased my unit that contained my shop and a flat upstairs where I live, the landscape was very different to today. Adelaide Road and John Street were very busy commercial and industrial businesses that prospered in a commercial zone. Now Adelaide Road is zoned residential. Over the years, with the new regional hospital and the new supermarket Countdown Enterprises, some curbside car parks were removed to accommodate their needs for entry and exit points. With the traffic resolutions process that is in place, I, alongside with others, were able to negotiate 20 car parks and side countdown for Rutherford Street shoppers. This was a condition of their resource consent that was granted, and it was a legal agreement dating back to April 2012. The council lost the agreement, and Countdown did not uphold the agreement either. The shopping precinct was also zoned a heritage precinct by the council, which came with strict restrictive rules for a private owner like myself. When I inquired about off-street parking, I was told that it wasn't possible because of the heritage rules, so curbside parking is imperative for owners who are unable to park in buildings on their own private land. On the 19th of April earlier this year, overnight the council removed all the curbside car parks on the western side from Main Street to Don Street. Businesses and residents like myself were never consulted. No alternative parking was ever suggested. No signage was ever erected to direct customers where to park. I was completely bypassed, and to this day, no one from council, no council officer or planner has ever come into my shop to talk about the removal of all the car parks that supported this shopping precinct. The process was flawed from the beginning and rammed through at breakneck speed. Even the mayor concedes this. My customers tell me daily that they couldn't stop to come in as there are no car parks left, not even a loading zone to support deliveries or a customer to park while quickly collecting flowers. My business has had to stop selling large casket sprays as the customers were unable to carry them due to their massive size and weight to a side street that doesn't even exist. When I spoke to my two Southern Ward councillors that represent all constituents in the ward, they both told me that lower carbon emissions trumped everything, and they could not help or even look into retaining one loading zone to support deliveries to the shopping cluster. As a constituent, it is my belief that they have both failed their civic duties and put their blinkers on for their own party politics that
Laura.
has no place in local government. The shops around me started to close or move, which of course has a trickle-on effect. Obviously, with the challenges of COVID-19, lockdowns and out-of-control inflation, times in retail were dire, but I was still able to hold on and soldier on. In fact, the 3 government grants that were available earlier this year, amounting to over $13,000, bypassed me as my business wasn't eligible, as I hadn't recorded a 40% loss in revenue. Instead, I was able to collect the cost of living payment of $116.67 to date. I have received 2 of these support payments. Since the 19th of April, 5 months ago, I have lost $45,000 and experienced a 77% decline in business. I am very open to have my books scrutinised by the City Council. This money was taken from my term deposit put aside for the savings to seismic strengthen my unit, a court order imposed by the Wellington City Council. My business that prospered is no longer viable. Staying open and bleeding out all of my savings is no longer an option. This brings me to today, where next Friday, the 16th of September, I am forced to close my business of 29 years. I was peddling flowers to the public, not coal, not oil. My livelihood destroyed by some new experiment by the traffic planners, ram it through and tweak it afterwards mantra. The council does not care, and you have shown that to me very clearly. I will let the public know why my business has closed with signage on my window, and I will be seeking legal advice because I refuse to be a victim of an incompetent, ruthless, unjust, unfair, and undemocratic process that the City Council imposed on me that has led to the closure of my business next Friday. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Laura. We have run out of time, but if you are around at morning tea, maybe we can have a few words. If anyone's got any questions or would like to comment.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Richard Tate, a warm welcome to you.
Thanks for the time. I'm speaking as a completely private citizen who has lived in Newtown for 22 years, who uses the Ridderford Road twice daily, sometimes more, and basically it's been a disaster. I'm not anti-cycleways. I actually a great believer. I don't cycle myself. Well, I do on a static bike. I'm a bus user and a car user. Well, I try and be a bus user. This morning, 2 buses were cancelled. So I'm not anti-cycleways, and I actually believe that we should be using the roads safely for all of us, and that's what I'm urging this council to consider all of us. At the moment, I feel that the cycleway has been bombarded in, that is just only appealing to one group of people, and to be honest, doesn't even actually provide safety to the cyclists. So, one of the questions I asked the council as well is every cycleway that you seem to have put in has ended up in court. What's that costing us as a ratepayer? You know, the process that you're going through is questionable, because if you're ending up with people so upset that they take you to court to get you stopped, there's got to be something wrong in that process and how that consultation is occurring. How are you talking to everybody that's actually a user? So, in the current layout, for somebody that travels it twice, 4 times a day. So heading south to Main Street, and that really weird crossover where you've got the cyclists coming across the lane, you've got the cars going into another thing. If you don't know how to turn into the bollards beforehand, you hit them. The other day, when we had that awful rain, I actually travelled along there. Cars could not even see where those bollards were. I mean, you know, that's a hazard to the cyclists. It's no benefit to the cyclists. I mean, friends that I know that cycle say they don't even like using it because it's so dangerous. There's something gone wrong in that design. Heading north, Ridderford, Adelaide, John Street. Currently, the way the layout of the road is that the buses sit one side, they're supposed to cross over to the outside lane, to go across the junction, to come back across into the other lane. They don't do it. But I mean, that's what the road signs say, so that's what the layout says they're supposed to do. They're breaking the law. You then got the bus lane is not clear. The lane going towards north along Ridderford Street. Every morning when I'm sitting on that bus, there's cars in there. They don't know they're supposed to be in a bus lane. They suddenly realise they're supposed to be in a bus lane. They grind to a halt, indicate chaos. You know, it's just chaos. And I urge this council to actually come and spend some time travelling up and down there during the rush hour, see what's happening. The council officers who actually have written, made this design, come and spend some time. I'm quite willing to actually spend that time with you and point out these things. And this is just as a common user. The bus stops. Okay, very clever design. Plastic, recycled plastic, amazing, and all the rest of it. The cyclists go hurtling along there. All the old people that are trying to get to the hospital get mowed down by the cyclists. Because I'm not being rude to the cyclists, because it's a road, it's a pathway for them to cycle down. Suddenly they've got pedestrians standing in the middle of it. Those are my feelings in terms of the design. The other thing is in terms of the car parks. As a local resident, used to using the facilities in there. I used to go to the blood clinic. I have to go there every couple of months. Brilliant. Used to be able to stop outside, whip in, get my blood test done, out in 5 minutes. Now, if I decide to go to that place, I circle around looking for a car park, going against carbon neutrality, etc., because what I'm doing is actually burning more fuel looking for somewhere to park. I feel sorry for the acupuncturists. Their clients have gone. And the other thing is that I used to use, and this is a personal thing, but I believe there's lots of people, those parking for the hospital, being able to stop for an hour, you could call into the hospital, go and visit somebody, you're in and out, and you can't say there's parking in the hospital because, I used to go to the hospital every week, and I used to go half an hour before my appointment just to be able to drive around the car park to find one. So there's not enough parking at the hospital. What's my solution? I think we need to look at the design. I think taking both sides out of car parking was wrong. How about we do it one side? Bit of a compromise here, working towards all users. That's the end of my submission.
Thank you very much. That's incredibly helpful. Councillors, any questions very quickly? No. All right. You've been very clear. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. Right, councillors, we've just now got 10 minutes for morning tea, so if you'd like to take some and then be back promptly for 10:45. Thank you. We have a busy day and we have lots of important people to listen to, so thank you very much. And apologies for starting a bit late. That was a shortened morning tea. Right, Richard, a warm welcome to you. We look forward to hearing what you've got to say.
So I absolutely think that it's important to improve the connection between Newtown and the city, and I totally support the aim of giving people safe, appealing, lower emission ways to travel. The benefits are well documented, so I'm not going to just reiterate those. I do, however, have some serious questions about whether the project, as built so far and as proposed for the next section, will deliver on those aims at a level that people of Wellington could really expect and deserve. So if I start with safety, e-scooter riders are specifically talked about as being a group who will be using what's been built, and they seem to be entirely missing from the multi-criteria analysis, the safety audits, and the intersection user count. If the thinking is simply that e-scooters are like bikes, then I would say that's very flawed in terms of assessing the risk to their riders and to other people travelling in the area, not only because they're a fundamentally different vehicle type, but because their rider behaviours could be very different. If stopping while a bus lets people get off and on doubles or triples the time it takes to travel a section of road, and I went down and timed this, Tuesday morning was not the ideal time to be there at 7:30, but you know, that's what it was, people were still out. The rental e-scooter rider is going to be very aware of that doubling or tripling the cost of travelling in that area. They're going to be motivated to continue onwards, either through the bus stop or around the bus. Both those options are identified in the safety audit as having significant injury risks. So a pedestrian being hit by an e-bike rider or an e-scooter rider can have the same sort of impact in terms of mass as a 50cc motor scooter. We need to be thinking of e-bikes, e-scooters as travelling, and the Ably Transport micromobility report from Auckland said 25 kilometres an hour is the average speed. So we need to be thinking of 50cc motor scooters travelling through these areas that we're directing e-scooters and e-bikes. If you are travelling at 25 kilometres an hour, that's 7 metres a second. 7 metres is the point at which a bus stop looks empty and there's a bus door that someone can step out of, then that expression, they weren't there a second ago, becomes very, very relevant. So I think that from a safety perspective, I don't know whether it was a deliberate decision or an omission, 1 out of 4 user groups is being ignored, not counted. And if you look at something like the design of a ramp to get onto a bus stop, 1 out of 2 user groups doesn't seem to have been accounted for. The other safety concern I have at a general level is that the Buckle Street crossing on the north side of the basin is covered in the 30% safety audit. It's missing from the 90, and I don't see it on the current route plan, so I don't know what's happening there. Again, that 7 metres a second is about 1 second from a cyclist exiting the basin area and getting to the edge of the road. In terms of usability, we want this to be appealing for all people riding bikes. A bike can be the size of a Harley Davidson. We're expecting in some areas, like at the Adelaide Road Basin intersection, people on bikes to execute a sharp right-hand 90-degree turn and then basically a 90-degree left-hand turn, sometimes from stop, sometimes while moving. Along with that sort of manoeuvring, how many Harley Davidsons do you think can park while waiting to cross on that traffic island at the end of Adelaide Road? It's also identified as an area in the safety audits where turning buses and large vehicles can swing beyond the road lanes. If you think about a bike carrying a child's right at the back of the bike, crowded island, bike on island, child ends up at the very perimeter. If you've got large turning vehicles identified as having swing areas that go beyond road lanes, that's a concern which is not specifically identified. You can put the pieces together, but in the real world, I think we need to be looking at whether that's a safety risk, but even just the appeal of standing there with these vehicles swinging past in a crowded situation with pedestrians trying to get through as well. The same thing would appeal to some of these hook turn areas. It's all very well saying cyclists waiting to turn into Courtney Place, presumably one of the prime destinations. How many Harley Davidsons would fit there, Harley size things? If you're travelling to the waterfront, you end up in a situation where you've got 2 lanes of oncoming traffic on your left, 1 lane of oncoming cyclists on your right, and you're threading the needle in the middle. Again, I ask, is that going to be appealing for people we want to participate? Sorry, I've run out of time, but I think we need to do better. I fully support this. I just want it to be awesome, which is what I think we want, what we deserve, and I'm sure what you want to deliver.
Thank you very much. That's really helpful. Councillors O'Neill and Deputy Meffrey, have you got super quick questions? Okay. Yeah. I'll hold you to it.
Thank you. What improvements would you suggest to the proposed route to accommodate for electric powered or the Harleys? What are you looking for?
I guess there's a key question. Is the omission of e-scooter riders deliberate or an oversight?
Discussion, I think. So e-scooters aren't permitted to, under the current law, join in on cycle lanes, but so they have to go on the footpaths. So that's probably something that our officers should respond to, because I'm not an expert in this area. Yeah. Sorry, maybe we just go to Councillor.
Deputy Meffrey. Oh, yep.
So I found your submission really interesting, but I wonder if your perspective is mainly as a walker, mainly as an e-scooter rider, because there was a lot there, and you're probably tempted to say all three, but I wanted you to pick your main perspective if you can.
I want this to be, I'm a designer. I want this to be a design that works for all the users.
Okay, all right. So it is truly an overall aspiration. Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you.
That is helpful, and we've had some similar feedback. Thank you very much about design. Good design. Thank you very much. Right, Steve Cosgrove, welcome to you. Thank you for coming in.
I am a bit worried about this good design business when we never get anything new if no one ever did anything to challenge design. But never mind. Monday, I was over at the tower block in, what's the place called? Petone. It's not in Wellington, so I forget about it. And I was thinking, will I ride my bike home tonight, or will it rain? Well, I'll just catch a bus and I'll leave it here. So, 4:30, still dry, so off we go on the bike. Bit cold, but I can pedal faster, no problem. Southerly, lower gear, helps pedalling faster too, keeps you warm. Sleety Wayne, not so much, but never mind. I can now get on a bus at Narrowonga, which will take me all the way back to Newtown. Cool. That night I see Heidi here is burning the midnight oil to make democracy work. I love that name, Democracy Services. And I have a hearing time and I can read the submissions, which was excellent to have them so quickly. To begin with, reading the submissions is a bit bleak. Seems there's a lot of very angry people. And many seem to think that after getting almost free tertiary education and buying almost all the houses and screwing up the climate, okay, so we only knew about the climate for the last 20 years when Jeanette Fitzsimons told us. Now they seem to say that us baby boomers need all the road space as well, which seems a bit excessive because we can't get anywhere without having a car each. But there's a solution. Having thought about my trip home Monday night, I've just completed that. Most of us old dudes can get anywhere by riding a bike or a bus, most. From reading the submissions, it's clear that the angry people appreciate narrative. And that's fair enough. There's a place for narrative. There's also a place for evidence. We can show and explain that, well, for me, the only exercise I do is commuter cycling and some walking. And that's enough. Look, just with that little bit of exercise, it blends in with everything else I do, and it's no big deal. I can still, 60 years old, I can happily ride my bike home and do a bloody cold southerly. There seems to be a lack of appreciation that health is a big thing, and constant low-level exercise does the trick. I can't keep up with Laurie when I meet her on the way down. She's got one of these electric bikes, not as much exercise there, but at least it's moving though, and moving is important, and holding your body up actually makes a big difference, in case you didn't already know. Or getting knocked over by buses doesn't help, eh, Andy? So in the evidence world, the chances of a cycling accident are much less than the chances of obesity-related debilitation. That really scares me as I get older. In the narrative world, cars are fast, large, sharp, and hard. And only a quality bike path can lead to cycling being considered for a vast number of people. Us crazy dudes will ride our bikes anyway, and a few of us have spoken this morning, but the evidence suggests, if you can believe surveys, that a lot more people will ride bikes if they see what they perceive to be a safe path. We can miss all that. So, yeah, you can read my stuff I've written there. But there's one I wasn't going to worry about. There's lots of evidence out there. You can sort through that. But I wanted to respond particularly to the 3 points. There's continually, I've seen references in the submissions saying that a judge agreed that the cycle lane was a bad idea. What the judge said was that there is a very weak argument, was the term he used, again, to claim that there was insufficient consultation. What he said, the injunction was granted largely on the basis of the process, which is fair enough, but it's not. But that's not being portrayed in the submissions I've read. People talk about chaos and long queues and things. I remember, back before COVID, that if I left home to go into the town for any time from about 3:30 onwards, there'd be a queue of cars miles away from the microphone up Main Street. And I'd be riding alongside those cars all the way from Main Street to the Basin Reserve. And then you join the queue, which, I mean, if we'd had the Basin flyover, people would have got into that queue so much faster. But then they'd have to stop at Koro Drive. There was chaos before cycleways. And I've got a list of a whole part of other points about the shops at Main Street. In particular, there are car parks and you count down as opposed to what was said earlier, and these are signposted on Ridderford Street. But there's lots of other things about that too, but I've run out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very comprehensive. Appreciate it. And we've got it in writing too.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Right, Mark Hampton. Warm welcome to you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for your time. So my perspective is as a business owner who also lives and works in the area. At the moment, I run a gym in the area on College Street, and we have about 30% of our members come from outside of Wellington, mainly from the Hut, actually Kapiti as well, and Pūroro. So I propose, or I believe rather, that we should be using the centre island for the bike lane. We only have one street in Wellington where we don't have to make the choice between cars or cycles, where we can actually have both. The U-turns should be kept open. At the moment, they stop a lot of traffic from going all the way around the basin, or even worse, if you want to go from Fifeshire Avenue to Hataitai, for him to go all the way around, past the supermarket under the proposed plan. The left turn at Pūroro Street should be kept open for exactly the same purpose. The reduction of car parking time. At the moment, it's actually ridiculously long at P600 minutes. The proposal is to reduce it down to P60 minutes, which is far too short. I would suggest that at least P180 would be a lot more reasonable. I suppose the only thing I really want to say apart from this is that Miles Gailey's proposal seems to me to make a lot more sense than anything else. As I said, in Wellington, we normally have to make a choice. We all want cycle lanes, we should have cycle lanes, but on most streets, we have to choose between a car lane or a cycle lane. We only have one street in Wellington, which is from the Basin Reserve down to Courtney Place, where we can use the centre island and maintain both. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. That was very succinct. Councillor Condi, then Mayor Foster.
Thank you. I was just wanting to ask about the parking times and how long do people sort of come and visit your business, and how long would they need parking for if P60 is too short?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So a lot of our members come before 8 a.m. and leave, and then they come at night. Now, during the day, or sorry, rather before 8 a.m., parking isn't too bad currently. However, after around about 4:45, 5 o'clock, getting a car park at the moment is incredibly difficult. We often have people turning up half an hour late to a 6:30 class saying they literally could not find a car park. So if we reduce those car parks down to 80-odd car parks at that time, then it's going to be even harder.
Do you know who's using those car parks at sort of 4:45? Like, who are your customers competing with for that parking space? Is it residents? Is it, do you know, or not really?
I'm not sure. I do know that I have walked the street a lot lately, just trying to understand things. I know that up by the Basin Reserve, just on the outside of Fife Shire Avenue, there's about 25 cars that are parked there all day, every day in a P60 minute, so I know it's not being checked. I know because I actually wrote down all the licence plate numbers every day because I'm a little bit OCD. And I know that they're there all the time. So I know there's a lot of businesses there, and I know a lot of the Toyota people kind of jump back and forth. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. The question is, I thought you were talking about the middle of the road in Ridderford, and then you went to the middle of the road in Cambridge.
I'm just talking about between the Basin Reserve and Courtenay Place.
Oh, okay, right, okay, that wasn't clear. Do you have any thoughts on further up, or are you just purely focused on the Cambridge?
I'm purely focused on further up. I think further up is full of a lot of different problems because you have to choose between either cars or cyclists, so you've got a conflict. Whereas between the Basin Reserve and Courtenay Place, we can pretty much keep it as it is, use the centre island for cyclists.
Yeah, okay, no, that's clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the work that you do. Can I just ask, do you sort of see that there are many opportunities for fitness that we should be incorporating into our daily lives, as well as doing good things like going to the gym, so that when we talk about our transport system, there are opportunities there too?
I would agree. That's definitely a good idea. If I talk about some of our members who come from Kapiti, it's quite a long run from there to come to work and back out. So I think a lot of the cycleways are absolutely wonderful, and the concept is great for people who live in town. If you live outside of town, then it's quite hard to use them. For example, if I was in Pūroro, it'd be quite a big ask to get in the train with or without a cycle, and then cycle all the way up, just in terms of time. I can think about all the jobs I used to have when I worked in Wellington and when I lived in Pūroro, and how long it would take for me to drive in and get a car park. And when the trains, it was even longer. And I work quite close to the train station.
Yeah, okay. That's a big conversation. But anyway, look, thank you very much for your time and for your input. We really appreciate it.
Cool.
Thank you very much. Right, Michael Costello, I hope I pronounced your surname correctly. A warm welcome to you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me. I don't own a car, and I use my bike to travel pretty much everywhere around Wellington. I've lived and cycled around cities in New Zealand, the Netherlands, Germany, and the UK. And in my experience, Wellington is the sketchiest city that I've cycled in. I've cycled regularly for about 6 years now, and I'm one of the minority of commuters that will continue to do so, no matter how cycle-friendly Wellington is. But I'm here today to support the members of our community that are inclined to make cycling a part of their everyday lives, but are currently held back due to concerns for their personal safety due to a lack of cycling infrastructure. The reasons for investing in cycleways are clear and abundant. Keeps you fit, it's zero carbon, takes up a lot less space than a car, is safer than driving, is a fraction of the cost of driving. I could go on. Cycleways are very important for improving the safety and ride time and experience of cyclists. As a cyclist, I can say with certainty that the most dangerous aspect of riding all have to do with proximity to cars. A designated lane with a barrier is the only way to ensure a bit of distance between a cyclist and A, moving cars, which can overtake, cut you off, or simply not see you as they're turning, and B, stationary cars, which can door you. The safer and more enjoyable it is to cycle, the more people will do it. This has a myriad of knock-on benefits. Less people parking in town means less space taken up by parked vehicles. Also, every person riding a bike is one less person in a car, thereby reducing traffic, which means shorter drive times. So cycleways are a win-win for cyclists and motorists. With that said, here is what I think about the proposed cycleway. I support the changes to the Main Street intersection and a design that removes car parks on the left-hand side of the road to make way for a continuous, separated bike lane. The existing ramps on and off the bus platforms down Riverford Street are pretty good, but could be engineered with better water drainage. During heavy rains, those gaps between the ramps get flooded. I think that the alternate cycleway plan proposed by Miles Gasley has some merit and would be a good second choice if the council's proposed plan doesn't go ahead. The Basin Reserve makes building this cycleway a challenge because if you intend to ride through it, at some point you're going to need to cross lanes of traffic in order to get from the left-hand side of the road to the central traffic islands so that you can enter the basin. Seems the choice you have to make is would you rather do it at the north end or the south end of Cambridge Terrace? Okay. Though my position is broadly pro-cycleway, here are some things I'd like to be considered. Number one is don't scrap the loading zone outside Bats Theatre at the bottom of Cambridge Terrace. As a member of the performing arts community, I know that putting on a gig or show often involves loading in thousands of dollars worth of heavy, sensitive equipment, and currently the only viable way to do so is with a vehicle. The same thing can be applied for any venue, bar, restaurant, or other business that will require regular delivery of goods and doesn't have adequate off-street parking. And the other thing is, for some Wellingtonians, using a car is the only reasonable way to get from their home in the outer city suburbs to their job in town. Public transport is technically available to get you from Taita to Te Aro, but with the wait times, travel between bus stops and changeovers, the transit time is more than double that of a car. If we're going to remove and reduce car parks, which I support, then we need to balance that with an improvement to public transport infrastructure, especially for those with long commutes. This is why I support changing the current peak time only bus lane to a full-time bus lane. At the end of the day, not everybody is going to be on side with removing car parks to build cycle lanes, but you guys have done your research and your due diligence, and you know that more than 70% of the population supports the construction of a cycleway. You should just get on and do it. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a really clear submission. Councillors, any questions? No. Clearly, you've just done a very good job. Thank you so much. That's excellent. Right, Stephanie Kens, welcome. Yes, you've got the music, so yeah, come to the table.
I'll take a second to get set up because I wanted to bring something a little bit different to the table today.
No, that's all good. Take your time. Take your time. We like a bit of creativity.
I think our group has the cool submitters.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, thanks, sorry.
Are these all the directions?
All right. This one is This one's on? Yeah, cool. All right, here we are. So, hello to all. I've been here before, submitting before on cycle lanes, so here we are again. So I was like, well, what am I going to say this time? Because I've already talked about how, so I've been involved with the Mechanical Tempest Community Bike Workshop for a number of years. I'm a cycle skills instructor, and I'm also now working for Switched On Bikes, e-bike hire. So I have interacted with a lot of people who are getting on a bike for the first time, or the first time in a while, and I know that for all those people, as I've said before, it's not the hills, it's not the weather, it's the traffic that's the most difficult thing. So yeah, the cycleway to Newtown to City, just get on with it, please. Been waiting for this for a long time. There are some issues. I pretty much agree with everything Michael said. Loading zone outside bats. Also the things that have been brought up about the intersections. That's the most challenging bit of the route. So, you know, don't see heaps of improvement there in the current design, but let's just get started and then tweak it. So I've got a little bit of a song to bring to you. So just acknowledging the many accommodations that our society and city have made for cars that we never got consulted on, and we need to take some space back. So I thought what better medium to express that than Gary Newman's 1979 hit. Oh, wait. Here in my car, I can travel so far, but I can't find a park. The streets are too full of cars. Here in my car, I can drive so fast, but I'm stuck at the lights behind 25 other cars. Riding the bus, listen to a podcast, but it takes so damn long because the streets are too full of cars. Riding a bike, I can do what I like, but I don't want to die when you open the door of your car. Walking to town, now I started to think, the noise and the stink, why is everything built around cars? Newtown to City, it's practically flat. Give us some choice, take some space away from cars. Cycleways, please, let's just give it a go. Anything would beat sharing the road with cars. We won't know till we try, connect up the route. It's the right thing to do, to get people out of their cars. So I thought it was worth including the instrumentals because they point across. Yeah.
You get the prize for the most original submission today. So thank you very much. Councillors, any questions?
Yeah, just picking up on your concern about the intersections. Are you talking about the thread-throughs around the
it's basically, there's 3 points on that route that I can think of, and I've been riding this route for a long time, and it took me a few years to like really crack how you get through those intersections. So it's the Ridderford Street, John Street, the Basin Reserve south side, where you've And it's still the same in the design. I think you've still got to like change into that right-hand lane and then go onto the traffic island. It's really hard. And the other one is the bottom of Cambridge Terrace. So I've put this in my written submission, I'd really like the lane to keep on going down Cambridge Terrace and close the slip lane from Oriental Parade, because it's also a place of conflict for like all the other vehicle users there, where you've got to be on the right-hand lane, you've got to turn and then merge with traffic coming around from New World. So it's hard for everyone. And two birds with one stone, put the cycleway there, make it easier for drivers as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, no, thank you. And hopefully you'll get a wider audience for your song and put it on YouTube. That was great. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's already on YouTube. Okay. I was too slow. Excellent. No, not anymore. Thank you again. Right, Alan Marshall, welcome to you. Thank you very much.
Good morning. So I am a building owner and a business owner at 77 to 79 Adelaide Road. We've been there 23 years and we run a construction business out of there. Our annual turnover is somewhere between 6 million and 11 million a year. We employ 23 contractors, with 5 of them being in our office there on a daily basis. We're a city-based building operation and we try and focus our work on the Terrace Tunnel South, and based on that we have 5 people working full-time in our office, and they consist of an office attendant, full-time quantity surveyor, site managers, and the director, myself. I work there as well. We have 5 company vehicles and all our contractors commute. We use our premises as well as office space for plant storage and material storage. We would have somewhere between 8 movements a day out of our premises, and we have a loading zone adjacent to our 2 street entrances. In that loading zone, not only do we use it, but everybody else that does business in the street as well. The countdown trucks, they park in there and wait until the sign at countdown changes so that they can get their trucks in. And delivery vehicles for the surrounding businesses like the coffee shop and the brewing business use it as well. We have a waste management skip, which all our small jobbing rubbish goes to, which we push out onto the street and it gets emptied in the present layout as well. I believe that the new proposed layout is not taken into consideration of how we would operate our business, and I believe that we're a little bit early in the cycle, changing all to a cycle lane with the volume of cyclists that go past our office between a period of say 7 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the morning. Definitely gets used a little bit heavier in the evenings, and we lose our side of the road from 4 o'clock to 6 o'clock to a bus lane, and we plan and try and manage our days around that, which after 8 years it works a little bit better. In conclusion, I think a lot of work has been done around cyclists, scooters, needs to be done, around cyclists, electric scooters before it's safe to share the road with the numbers. There's a need for a speed restriction on cyclists, and I'm not convinced that there are cycle numbers to work. There's significant cost and disruption to doing business. We pay rates for all these services and they've been taken away from us. What sort of message is this sending to business? That we are no longer wanted or to be driven away? there must be an alternative solution to accommodate everyone. That's my lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Foster.
Look, thanks, Alan, and thanks for the work that you do. Certainly, we don't want to be seen as being anti-business.
No.
Have you got, what is, looking at it and road space allocation, have you got thoughts about what you think it ought to look like?
No, I haven't got any real thoughts about how it should look like, but like the previous lady that spoke, they would like a loading zone at Bats, but at the present design, there's a loading zone in Broomhead Street, which is about 150 metres away from where we operate our business. I think I'm not adverse to change, don't get me wrong, but, 23 years out of the same place, and, I'd like to see some central ground that, everybody can enjoy. The world is a changing place, don't get me wrong, and, electric vehicles and mode of transport needs to definitely change in some way or form.
So you have no other off-street places to put vehicles from a point of view of loading,
I've got two
etc.?
parks inside my building, which we use, but some of those activities are loading trucks and that. If we've got timber over our racks I've got two light trucks that are 3.5 tonners, and with a pack of timber on them, we can't get them off the street. But, a van I can get in my workshop.
Right. So it's the size of the vehicles that becomes the issue?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, no, thank you.
I'm just looking at your website and you do some beautiful work, so we do want you, all that, and particularly all that historic work. I love that.
We restored Bats.
Yes, I see, and it's beautiful. So have you had much conversation with council officers about just meeting your needs as a business?
No, I haven't. And this is the first time that I've ever engaged in anything like this. But I've engaged because it's of interest to me as a business owner, and as well as, a public person of the public. And this is why I'm here today. I can't answer that, sorry.
Okay, well, mate, I'll follow up afterwards, but no, we definitely need people building.
Look, I think the way the information's been delivered to date, and, when we started after Christmas, the email chain's definitely there of what is happening. Fort and Hogan have been very good at, keeping us appraised of, what changes are coming up and, how they're going about it. So, there's a plus on that side, but that comes back to, design.
Okay. Any other questions, councillors? Deputy Mayor Free.
Is the main thing you're asking for a loading zone for bigger vehicles?
Yes, I think it is, yes. And, I think not only us, but the adjoining businesses would all benefit from a loading zone somewhere in that part of the street.
So you're saying that if there was such a loading zone reasonably close, you could share it?
Yes, that's right. Look, we beat it into our boys that they don't just park outside our office and, use that loading zone, that we try and keep it clear. And the development across the road in the early days, we had a little meeting with that management as well and suggested that that wasn't a place for their contractors to be parking, and they've done very good at managing that as well.
And you said it can't be too far away. I think it was maybe it was somebody.
Well, in the current design, the loading zone is in Broomhead Street, which is the next left after our workshop. So our workshop's in between Repco and the BP service station.
So what would be the sort of distance that would be?
I don't know, 20 or 30 metres.
Oh, I see. It has to be fairly close. All right. Okay. I just wanted to understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, look, we'll definitely follow up on that one. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Right, Alex, warm welcome to you. You know the drill.
Kia ora koutou, ko Alex Dyer tōku ingoa. I am co-chair of Cycle Wellington. Apologies from my co-chair Linda, she couldn't be here today. Cycle Wellington strongly supports this plan. Everyone in our community deserves safe streets and attractive streets. Accommodation for cycling is a basic component of a modern, well-functioning city. Bike lanes are climate action too. We're really grateful for the effort of the Council to accelerate work on infrastructure for people who travel by bike to be safer. We strongly support repurposing of street space to enable more people to choose to travel by public transport, walk or cycle. We recognise these designs are working within a transitional scope, so there's some constraints, and that has enabled some faster turnaround of this project. So we're not getting everything we might want, but we know it's a work in progress, and we really appreciate that kind of approach. And we look forward to ourselves and the people of Wellington continuing to share their feedback in an ongoing fashion, not compressing it all into one morning or a couple of mornings like this. So sharing those insights and concerns to be incorporated into transformational work in future is really important. I'd like to convey our sadness that the implementation of this project was disrupted and interrupted by a legal challenge. We really do appreciate the work officers are doing. You can see that there is very strong for this plan, strong support for this plan from the consultation response. 67% total in support for this plan, 56% strongly supporting. We're also really encouraged by the consultation from the government that's on at the moment for reshaping streets, that's underway. That improvement to legislation will allow councils to pilot changes to streets and become a central part of the collaboration process and engagement process. These methodologies are proving highly successful overseas in places such as the United Kingdom and France, and they're appropriate to the urgency of change that is required. I'm certain that they will supercharge your council's ability to get on with it. I'll just highlight some of the things, issues that are in our submission, just to speak to them briefly. The changes at the Main Street on the approach to Main Street heading south are really welcome, and I'm glad to see that there's some adjustments to the light phasing for that to enable that. Thank you for that. Ridderford Street is pretty great overall, but the approach to John Street, sharing with traffic in that key spot, undermines a lot of the experience, a lot of the route, and I'm sure it will impact on unconfident riders, might deter them from using the whole route entirely, and I can predict parents advising children to go on the footpath at that place. I think we also need some more help to get message out about the expected etiquette of people on bikes using the bus stop platforms. There's a high variability of what people expect to do with their bikes. Everybody's learning how to adjust to these changing environments. So we've got generations of people who have grown up with sharing the roads with cars, expect to be riding fast the whole time. This is a change of purpose and people come first. So we need to do better there, I think. So I'm also looking forward to an ongoing feedback gathering system, like happened with the Brooklyn Road project, and I'm still unaware about how to give ongoing feedback of that nature. Something like a survey, or online form that I can point our supporters to say, oh, you've got an insight there, please let them know. I'm not aware about that. So if someone could share that with me, that would be grateful. I'd be grateful. Obviously the basin is another challenging interruption in this route. So some better access through there would be welcome. Some confidence of 24/7 access to either side of the basin. I know that there's closures for events, there's concerns about nighttime going through there, but yeah, some more work needs to be done there. Kent and Cambridge Terrace, continuity and minimum conflict here is really important. We strongly support opening both of the turning bays to be people space. It will improve the whole area in general and make for far fewer potential conflicts with people who, or the growing number of people who will be cycling through there, because that's where the route will direct them. The crossing over from Kent Terrace over, I think, Vivian Street. Please ensure that that's a well-timed change to the lights there. Given that people will be biking from both directions, they should have their own dedicated sequence in our view. Just insight. I was be keen to revisit some details about how people will access the emerging designs for the Golden Mile, right at the intersection with Courtney Place. There's a little bit of different projects happening there, and I think we just need to look at how they can best connect. Would be great. The bus improvements, yes please, make it all 24/7. It makes no sense to have full-time bus lanes further away from the city on a narrower section of road. That's all I've got to say about that, really. Well, actually, it's time to be bold in prioritising active and public transport. And the prioritisation of that experience for public transport passenger journeys can really alleviate space on the roads for people to be safe riding their bikes. It's really important. Speaking of bus improvements, just a quick, wonder if there's been any talk in collaboration with Greater Wellington Regional Council about how to get better use out of 24/7 bus lanes, and in collaboration, I guess, with the hospital, where there's some large numbers of shift workers that might be able to use greater services overnight. We noticed that there's improvements needed in the rollout of these projects as well, just to avoid any confusion about when space has been reallocated and things can be enforced, or people can expect the change to take place. The project's been a long time coming, too long in my view. I've been working at this for nearly 15 years personally, and we need this council to set this project in motion. I'm really grateful to see the gains that you've already made on Ridderford Street. It's just, I think last March that we held a people protected bike lane, and there's an actual protected bike lane there now, and I'm really grateful. It's so exciting. Bravo. So I asked this council and any hopeful candidates that might be watching this, do not lose this exciting momentum that's building for basic transport choices. Separated bike lanes are climate action, unobstructed bus lanes are climate action, and these changes move Wellington towards a more equitable, accessible, healthy and attractive future. And I'm really grateful for the Minister of Transport, Michael Woods, announcing on Tuesday the Streets for People package. That's a really encouraging development and should piggyback off this project to really unlock this whole corridor and start to see the network effects take shape. So, ngā mihi nui, e ni pātai.
Thank you very much. Councillor O'Neill and then Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Alex. We've had a few suggestions this morning of compromise from people travelling on this road. How would you feel about... Sorry, one of the suggestions was that cyclists could divert from Ridderford or Adelaide Road at certain points and take a non-main route to reduce the amount of congestion and confusion on the road. Do you think many cyclists would opt for that, or would they just jump back in the traffic, or how would that roll?
I think that for this particular route, this would be sending the wrong message of what we want for cycling. We want cycling to be convenient and direct, and to connect people to where they actually want to go. That's been a strategy that's been turned to over many decades by lots of cities, and that's how good cycling infrastructure gets really broken up and doesn't lead to the network effect. Yeah, so.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Yeah, two questions. The first one of them is just in terms of design, just your thoughts on the way in which the bus stop arrangements are, because it just strikes me that they're there when the bus isn't there. You go straight through. When the bus is there, of course, you've got passengers getting on and off, and we've had some apparent incidents with that. So just any thoughts about whether that's a good concept or whether there's a better way of doing this?
For me, the configuration is the right configuration. I think there could be some adjustments to the design if that's appropriate to send the right message, like there's already efforts to indicate that that's a slow zone, that people come first, but there hasn't been enough messaging around, in my view, what's expected there, and we're going to need to get better at lots of, I think, a variety of bus stop interactions across the city. This is a place where we can do it in the right configuration, which is the way we have it at the moment, but I would encourage the council to keep experimenting while you have the methodology and the materials that allow you to find what works the best and to express that precedent that we need.
Yeah. So in this situation, if the bus is there, presumably you, as a cyclist, you would need to stop.
Yeah. Well, it's you need to be mindful. I don't think that we need to have any rule that says you need to stop. I think that the overarching thing is that people getting on and off the buses are the priority, and if you need to stop, you need to.
Cool.
Definitely.
Cool. And just the other one is you probably heard some of the comments around by some of the businesses particularly about loading zones. How do you think we should deal with those, or do you think we should be providing some off-street space for loading zones if that's the only way?
So loading zones are a great thing to put into side streets instead of cycleways. So if there's space nearby, I encourage exploring places where they might fit and be in slower areas. So if the trucks are moving in slower streets at slower speeds, that's better than trucks coming on and off a busier road at higher speeds, obviously. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. A fulsome submission, as always. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Right, Ian Patterson, welcome to you. Thanks for coming in.
Hello, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. I think we need more bums on seats. We need more people cycling. We want to make the cycleways safe. We want to encourage people to cycle, and we need more bums on seats. And in particular, in this particular cycleway, we're going past 4 schools and 3 colleges. And the plan should really address how a pupil of these colleges or schools can get off this main cycleway and off to their college. You've got Wellington College, you've got St Mark's School, you've got Clyde School, you've got Mount Cook School, you've got Newtown School, and you've got the colleges, Wellington High School and Wellington East. So there's a lot of schools in the area, so we need to get the people cycling to school. And that's the future. These are the young people, get them to adapt to cycling now. Because what they'll do, they'll just get on their little scooters and buzz around and create more pollution. And the cycleways are essential part of climate action. And that's what you want to encourage. We want to get more bums on seats. And this can be facilitated in this particular area by showing the pupils and showing everyone how to get to school from the cycleway. And I think it's an important facet that could be enhanced in this plan and have a greater appeal and deliver more bums on seats. The other thing that I'd like to point out is we need, possibly with NZTA, is that we need more education. How many people really understand what take the lane means? What does it mean? You ask people, they don't know, and it's not cyclists that need to know, it's these people that drive motor vehicles. They need to know, and it's an important education thing. We can build these cycleways, and to get the uptake, we really need to educate the people how to use the cycleways and what it means for people and how it can be a safe journey for everyone. And that's important. So there are the key points. I think the work of creating the cycleways is fantastic. It's the right direction. You're doing a great job. It is concerning when all these businesses say they haven't been consulted, but that's something I hope you will address. But really, yeah, we need more bums on seats, and we need to do stuff about that, and we need to educate people about the sharrows and the take the lanes. What the hell are they? Everybody needs to know that uses the road. And so I think that's a couple of points you can take on board: education and the connection with all the schools and colleges.
Thank you. This is my part of the world. I'm very familiar with it, and I've got kids at the school. Would you support then safer speeds through most of the city to make sure that the whole journey is safe, not just the journey around the school?
No, yeah, definitely through the whole city.
So from home to the school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Particularly for applying to buses as well.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. That is particularly helpful. Deputy Mayor Free.
Right.
Yeah, that's very clear. What would you suggest? Would you suggest videos, cycle, this pedal-ready courses? What would you suggest for the education?
Well, I think the traffic people have done some really good jobs with their traffic videos on the television, and it's been I think it's been a successful education process to impact people and that about speed and dangerous corners and all that. So something similar along those lines, probably an NZTA focus, because it could go nationwide. It doesn't have to be restricted to Wellington.
Thank you.
Excellent. Very clear. Thank you.
Good. Cheers.
Right. Thomas Byrne, you are well known to us and know the processes.
Thanks. And kia ora, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. I had some prepared notes, but I've basically thrown them all away after listening to some of the presenters this morning. As a disabled person, I support, I've worked with a number of groups in the community, Disabled Persons Assembly, CCS Disability and Blind Citizens New Zealand, helping them with their submissions as well. But we support in principle a cycle lane. We support in principle the separation of cycles from traffic, because we want cyclists to be safe. We also want to support the separation from cycles to the footpath. It was news to me this morning that e-scooters are still going to be considered as being on the footpath. They already cause hazards for people on the footpath, they leave them all over the place. I've tripped over them several times, and so they are a real hazard. And we were advised by council staff that e-scooters would be going on the cycle lane, so it was news to me. What does concern us, though, gravely, is the total design of the bus stop and the cycle lane. The design of the bus stop is unsafe. Outside the hospital, you've got older people, you've got people that have come from hospital, and disabled people trying to get on and off buses. Last week I was at the hospital stop, and a wheelchair user was backing down from the ramp onto the platform and then onto the cycle lane before they could turn, and was nearly collected by a cyclist. Because of the design of the stop, most people may sit inside the shelter. Older people and disabled people and myself do not sit in the shelter, otherwise the bus will go by. So you're standing at the head of the stop. You're asking when the bus pulls in, which number are you? You step back, and as you step back into the cycle lane. It puts cyclists at risk because they don't want to hit pedestrians, but it puts pedestrians at risk because they have no idea that a cyclist is coming up behind them. So the design is flawed. The plastic surface is slippery, it has bridges in it, it's easy to trip on it, and when we met with council staff and NZTA Wakatahi, we complained and raised an issue about the tactile indicators that are right on the edge. And we asked that they be shifted back because if you feel them, the next step you take, you'll be actually on the road. And we were told no, we couldn't shift those tactiles back because it would mean we would have to disassemble the whole platform. This was supposed to be a temporary design, but it's not temporary enough to make modifications to improve the safety. Then we're told that temporary could mean 5 to 10 years. That's not a great solution at all. Now, the documentation that came out, looking at Adelaide Road, and that is a real concern, I couldn't find any great information about Adelaide Road. There's lots of maps and drawings which aren't accessible for me as a blind person, and the documentation that goes with it doesn't give enough detail to describe what's in those plans and diagrams. So asking a few sighted friends to have a look for me, none of them could be really clear, but it indicated and looked to them like in Adelaide Road there would be no bus platforms, that you would need to step off the bus onto the cycle lane itself. Again, that is dangerous for everybody. The design is flawed and should be worked on with the community to make it a better design so pedestrians are safe and cyclists are safe. At the moment, I don't feel particularly safe using them at all. We have raised a number of concerns with council staff around this and haven't had a great success with making changes to the design of the stop at all. So I think, in principle, we agree with having separate cycle lanes, but the design is flawed and needs to be re-looked at. I've heard a lot of comments about cyclists and what they will do and how it benefits them, but it's not benefiting pedestrians using the footpath, having to cross a cycle lane to get onto the bus or get off the bus. As I said, the shelters are in the wrong place, the design is flawed, that on a wet and miserable day, I still have to stand at the head of the bus stop in the pouring rain, waiting to know which bus is coming into the stop. It would be much better if the shelter and the stop were together and the cycle lane went behind or went down the centre of the road. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very, very useful. Councillors, any questions? Otherwise, I'll start. So, look, totally taking on board your points. So how do you think we should design it? These platforms do seem quite tricky, and I know when I've tried it the first time I wasn't quite sure what I was supposed to be doing, so I needed some education.
And I think that's the thing. For someone who can see, you can follow what other people do and get a bit of a guide. for a number of older people, disabled people, we don't have the same clues. We're used to doing things a particular way. We all know we need to change, but work with the community to come up with a better design. I mean, I've travelled internationally to a number of cities, used public transport, and this is the worst design I've really come across. We were told the platforms would be level boarding, but they're not level boarding. The bus still has to kneel, it still has to lower its ramp for someone using a wheelchair and a mobility device. So to me, if we're going to do them right so that it's level boarding, that the surface is flat and doesn't have trip hazards on it, and work with us and listen to us and take on board our comments. In fact, I'd encourage anyone to come down to Newtown Hospital with me and just observe how it is and how difficult and challenging it can be to catch a bus.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, just quickly, Thomas, I'm sorry I wasn't listening carefully enough to pick this up, but you said you preferred the cycleway to be in the middle of the road. Are we talking about the bit near the hospital?
All the way down Adelaide Road. I don't know what the best solution is, to be quite honest, but I think the solution that's being proposed is not the right solution. I mean, I don't know, would it be better for cyclists to come down Adelaide Road but go up Wallace Street? I don't know, but there has to be a better way to make sure that cyclists are kept safe, but pedestrians are safe as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. No, that's really helpful. We'll follow up at lunchtime. Thank you, Thomas, for all your great work. Avril Bramley. Hi, welcome. Thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me. Now, I'm not here shilling for cars, probably I'm a bus person if you look at me. Councils need to spend rates carefully because we're hurting people. Flatters are now paying maybe $30, $40 a week of their rent is coming through to the council. With regard to this current consultation, design route and flexibility is concerning me. When you look at the cycle counters in that area, most of them are actually on Tasman Street. The counter at Tasman and Story Street shows a heck of a lot more cycles than anybody coming down Adelaide Road. And when you went to Bowen Street, my submission pedal got a bit lost there. On the uphill lane, there was only 4 to 10 cyclists an hour, but there's 14 to 18 buses going up there in the peak evening. So you've got 6,000 people or so returning to Pūroro. And they're stuck in a general traffic lane, and to me, you want the buses there through as fast and as readily as possible. It'll make Mr. Pointer feel a little happier, I guess, if they're not stuck in traffic. And there's big flow-on effects for chopping even a few minutes off any bus ride. You'll get 10% more people on it. You'll have 10% fewer buses. So, to me, buses are all-weather, more inclusive. If we can keep the fares pretty well down, generally that helps poorer people and a much, much wider range of people in society. Now, not to be totally against cycles, but at this point, if people want to have a recreational time at the weekend on cycles, could we not have a low usage of the network time that we call cycle friendly, a couple of hours on Sunday morning? And could we build up cycling numbers if they're there by having cycle friendly streets? Looks like Tasman's one of them. Lower speed limits, clearly labelled, good sight lines, whatever you need. I'm not a cyclist, so I can't say. The rest of my concerns are macro. At the moment, the council's committed to about 321 million. There's another lump in Let's Get Wellington Moving, and there's the government money. So far, there's only 1,500 cyclists, roughly, in Wellington. That's about 1%. And it's based on the fact that there is going to be a major increase in cycling. Now, I personally don't see that. When you look at your own studies, like traffic behavioural change and things like that, mode shifted has already occurred for most areas, and that includes the schools. The private schools are a little bit less compliant than the state schools. So most people in the morning now walk or catch a bus. The one rich target that nobody has mentioned of the remaining people that come in, there's about 26,000 car parks in the central area. About 5 or 6 are what you call multi-use or on the street, short limited, whatever. The other 21,000 are company cars coming down to company car parks, and of all the trips we have during a day, they are very, very costly trips. Not only are they maybe not particularly green if they're not electric, but we put in major traffic schemes to cater for these cars. Now, congestion charges aren't enough. Your own things tell us that. And they also tell us these people are very unlikely to shift to cycles because I don't have to pay for my company car or company car park. I'm going to use it to the max. So do we have a inner city traffic scheme between residential, non-residential service vehicles and the like? We still approve company car parks and buildings rather than sticking to maybe service parks and a few others. Do we try and pivot the company car parks in the central city into residential city car parks? Does the council not let contracts to people who pay too much FBT because their building is in the central city? Do you close certain streets like Gilmore Terrace in the peak hour just to deter people from coming in? I don't know how you shift them, but they are extremely expensive, both in green terms and in the size of the planning for congestion and the dollar value stuck on that. Now, I'll just deal quickly with another couple of things. Cycles go a lot about health benefits. They're personal health benefits. To be honest, unless you're paying people's gym fees and gardening things, I don't really think that's the concern of the council. In terms of green, buses are probably better and more efficient. An electric bus and 50 cycles are going to be two quite different road spaces with the bus winning. And the last thing I'd have to say is events are likely to overrun cycleways. At the moment we have pedal cycles, we have e-bikes. Overseas they're not legal here yet. We have cars that are basically e-bikes that are more stable but with a battery. Then there's a next level up, which are just sort of little shopping boxes on wheels. Then you're getting into the more common things like ICE vehicles with the electric equivalent and the heavy ones. Do we in the end have to separate our traffic out by what? Speed, vulnerability, weight? I don't know. I don't know that anybody has, but if we lock ourselves into cycleways, we might have to unlock it in a few years. And lastly, cycle users are mainly able-bodied males, about 75%. I don't know that all our transport schemes have the diversity of input that we should have, that we should avoid transport schemes by the boys, for the boys, whether they're cycles or whether we're not digging them out of their company cars. And that really is all I have to say, so thank you very much.
Thank you. You've done your research very well, so that was really interesting. Thank you. Any very quick questions? I will just pick you up on the health benefits, though. Do we all not benefit if we've got a healthy population?
Oh, obviously, but yes, if you
not so much on hospitals.
If you walk to a bus stop, it's probably just as efficient. If you run for the bus, you're probably doing even better. So, and I think too, you've got to separate out a private benefit to an individual against, if we really wanted people to be healthy, does the council subsidise gym memberships? There's a line there somewhere, and I don't know that you can put in a very expensive, we're teetering up to $500 million on this scheme, a very expensive scheme that at the moment is only benefiting about 1,500 people, and despite the fact everybody goes it's going to grow, unless you envisage people in company cars digging themselves out and getting on a cycle, it's possibly just not there. And we don't really want to get people out of buses or off walking onto cycles. I mean, that's just a zero-sum game, really.
All right. Thank you very much. Putting all that work in. Appreciate it. Right. Brian Crump, warm welcome to you. Oh, I'm going to see you tonight as well, so...
Yeah, that's right. You better be nice.
Yeah.
Right, tēnā katoa katoa, ko Brian Crump toko ingoa, no Highbury aho. Hello, everybody. My name is Brian Crump, and I live in Highbury. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to make this oral submission on proposals for the changed allocation of street space in Newtown and other thoroughfares leading into the central city. I make this submission not as a specialist, but as a cyclist, a motorist, a bus user, and a pedestrian. Newtown is for me both a destination and a thoroughfare. And regardless of how I'm travelling, when it's a thoroughfare, whether it's by car or bus, or walking or biking, I have to go through Newtown. So the changes there are of great interest to me. Speaking first as a cyclist, I'm a strong supporter of separate cycleways. Not for me. I'm a very confident, experienced urban cyclist. I have cycled in London, Darwin, Melbourne, Sydney, Tamaki Makaurau, here. It's not for me. But I have had extraordinary benefits from being a cyclist. I am fitter, healthier, dare I say it, smarter, and wealthier because I ride a bike. I have saved tens of thousands of dollars over the years by not owning a motor vehicle. We now share one as a family, but the bike is still my preferred way of transport around the city. But I know a lot of people who could enjoy the benefits that I have enjoyed. It's fantastic. Are too scared to, too afraid. And more concerning, they're too afraid to let their children. And that's why I'm a strong supporter of separate cycleways. As a motorist, using the Newtown area, I have not noticed any noticeable change in the speed at which I go through that area, which is normally at the weekend to take my son to sport. When Newtown is a destination, I'm not interested in parking on one of the main thoroughfares. I park to a side street, I walk to where I'm going. I find it just as easy to get a park now as I did 5 or 10 years ago. Others will have different, I'm only talking about my experiences here. As a pedestrian, I'm a strong supporter of separate cycle lanes because they encourage cyclists and even scooterists not to ride on the footpath. I also appreciate the cleaner air more cycles bring and the lower degree of noise. And just a shout out to the electric buses, by the way, at Greater Wellington. They are so good. So good to have electric buses. That's just another aside. But, you know, I got to throw that in there because they really have been fantastic. I really appreciate them. However, as a bus user, I do have some concerns, particularly in the shared space and the bus stops outside the hospital. Now, I decided to I've been riding up and down there for a while, and as a biker, I haven't really thought about it as a problem. It's good. I like having this separation from the traffic, but I've been thinking about people waiting for the bus. So yesterday I went up during rush hour to have a look, and I noticed when I stopped for a bus that had stopped to allow passengers to alight, that the cyclist behind me did not. It slowed down, but it still was going at sufficient speed that people getting off the bus had to watch out for it. I don't think that's optimal. So I have some suggestions. First, I think we need better signage at Newtown outside the hospital. There's one sign, it's a white sign. I thought you need more. You need to have signs also which I think tell cyclists to slow down as a default at all times when there are people waiting. It's a courtesy, it just makes people feel safer. If you're whizzing along there at top speed, just like traffic through a built-up area, we are trying to develop a culture where in built-up areas you slow down in the car. Now, I think this is the case for cyclists to do the same. I think there needs to be a bit more calming. The black and white areas where people are being encouraged to move to and from the bus, maybe there could be a little more of a ramp there. I think the ramps going up onto the area are good. They slow me down a bit. The curve slows me down a bit. A bit of a ramp there maybe would slow me down further. Finally, and this is maybe the most left field thing, I would be more than happy to volunteer as a marshal or ambassador to help encourage cyclists to change their culture, to change their habits, to slow down or wait when there's a bus there. Because I want pedestrians to know that I'm with them here, and bus users that I'm with them. I want this to work. In Melbourne, trams have this system in many streets. The tram stops, the cyclists wait while people get on and off because the trams are often in the middle of the street. I think this can work here, but it is a case of educating us to change our habits. And one final thought on that. If it doesn't work, we maybe need to think about allocating space not away from cyclists and pedestrians, but away from cars. because we're already in a Hunger Games situation on the paths, all right? Already are in a bit of a situation where we're fighting over the dregs. That's one thing I get just from listening to the submissions ahead of me right now, two that I came in on. Which leads me to some final thoughts. About 10 years ago, I can't exactly remember when, I stood in front of you, or sat in front of you, I think it was sitting down, making a submission in favour of the Island Bay separate cycleway, which I think we all thought was going to be an easy first step. Big wide road, lots of room for everyone, first step along the way, no worries. How wrong we were. Now I think you in council, both officers and representatives, were a bit traumatised by that. And I think you all want to avoid a scenario where that happens again. I'm afraid I don't think we can avoid some angst. Because for the last 70 years, every time we've made a significant decision on transport infrastructure, it has been to allocate more space for cars, right from when we got rid of the trams, which we're now thinking about bringing back again. And it's easy to know why. I mean, cars are fantastic. I said I'm a driver, I love driving. But then the roads fill up because they're so successful and we're in a jam. And our only solution to the jam is more roading space and more jams. You show me a setting in the world which has got out of the jam by allocating more space to cars. At some point, you have to find space for alternatives that are outside of the car stream.
Brian, we are running over time, sorry.
Do I have to finish now?
If you just wrap it up, that would be great.
Okay, all I want to say is that you have some difficult decisions to make. You need to think about risking your careers and your comfort to save lives for people who are on bikes who will be hit by cars and enhance the lives not just of people living now, but in the future, because everything we can do to reduce the amount of fossil fuel we burn now gives us more breathing space later on. And I'm just going to quote old JFK here. We choose to do these things not because they are difficult, but because they are hard. And I'd like to see you provide us with a dedicated cycling network before this decade is out. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you very much. Very good. You've given us a challenge. Thank you very much, Brian. That was excellent. Right, now, David Bowers-Mason is an apology now. So, David Tripp, another David. Thank you, David. I'm still a little bit traumatised by hearing about your accident some years ago on Hutt. Right, so I hope there's no more terrible stories.
I'm returning to that same one, though.
Right,
Just
okay.
Spoiler alert. Kia ora katoa, amatatua tātou katoa iari. David Tripp from Doctors for Active Safe Transport. A reminder, we're a network of over 100 hospital specialists who want to see more bums on bikes and feet on footpaths to save lives. Why? This is what's happening to diabetes in New Zealand. That's a statistic for which I see the daily impact in terms of suffering, in terms of heart attacks, in terms of people going blind, in terms of people having their legs amputated. This is what's happening to cancer in New Zealand. I see the impact of that every day. Not many of us are not touched by people who we know and care for having cancer. What on earth has that got to do with transport? You've heard me say it before. A large study, one of many, cycling reduced the risk of all-cause mortality by 40%, cancer by 45%, cardiovascular disease by 46%. I wish I had a pill that was nearly that good. I don't. You do. So when we look at our hospital, there on the left is our illness system, there on the right is our health system. You have the health budget, and we call it transport. The ball's in your court. Can I talk about the hospital as an employer? The data is from the hospital's travel management plan. 5,000 people work at that site, not including the thousands who visit each day as both patients and visitors. 43% of those staff live within 5 kilometres, easy cycling distance. 63% of our staff drive to work, and 700 to 800 staff park on the street every day. Just run the maths. Much of the concern about this project is loss of car parks. You only have to make a tiny difference to the number of people who go to the hospital by bike, get them out of their cars, to actually end up with net positive car parks, not net negative. 700 to 800 staff park on the street every day. A quick mention of climate change, because it's important. We all have an obligation, you included, to reduce cars on the road by 20% over the next 10 years. So in terms of congestion, that alone is going to make a huge difference, because you need to pull it off, please. It's actually higher for us, and that's in addition to electrification of the vehicle fleet. That's what we need to achieve just to meet our climate change objectives, which will still result in catastrophic climate change. Please don't make it worse. It's going to hurt. This will not come as a surprise to you politically. I acknowledge the impact this will have on businesses, but we need to change the way we do transport. In fact, we must dramatically change the way we do transport, and do so urgently. For me, it's health. For my children, it's climate change. And for all of us, it's the fact that congestion is not working. Cars are failing to deliver the transport system we need. And there's the personal note. Sorry, Councillor, for the PTSD, it's much greater for me.
Yeah, yes, of course.
This is me on unsafe cycle infrastructure in Wellington City. They are my 4 vertebrae that were broken as a result. That is my spinal cord that just missed out. Everyone should be able to bike without this risk. And just in reference to a former speaker, that this was a project for the boys, the research is very clear that women, and I'm quoting research from Associate Professor Carolyn Shaw done in Lower Hutt, that showed that there was that women were much more in favour of separated cycle paths because they felt the danger more. So what you're doing, I think, is very affirmative in terms of equality of transport choice. Just in terms of the comments also about the private health benefit that you're paying for, I would put the converse. I do not think that council should be spending money harming people. I think you would agree, in which case you should stop spending on infrastructure for cars. The data is very clear that it's harmful for people's health. Just a different take on that same issue. Last 2 weeks ago, the Environment Court released its decision on the review of Riverlink in Hutt Valley, and about a third of that judgment is about cycling, where we took the applicants, including Greater Wellington Wellington Regional Council, to task over the inadequacy of the cycling facilities proposed in what is a mode shift in name, but motorway in practice proposal. And this gives some legal precedent now that we haven't had before, and some, just some more on the get on with it side of things. The council said, the judge said, there is undoubted benefit in moving travellers away from motor car use and towards walking, cycling and other small devices in public transport. That's now case law in New Zealand. In our view, there simply can be no doubt that taking all reasonable steps to increase mode share is an important factor, and reducing the possibility of conditions with other users is, in our view, very much part of being attractive. They're just a couple of comments from what we think was a very substantial judgment on issues relating to cycle infrastructure. So, I have only spoken at the high level. Yes, the devil is in the detail, but I want to remind you of the why. Please do it. Do it well. We all know what happens when the budget gets tight, or when an individual in a certain location has a significant impact. actually, we're aiming for a network here. You need to do it well for it to work. Please do it quickly. The clock is ticking. Please do more. And I'm thinking here particularly in terms of transport to the hospital. Many of our people live in Island Bay. Connect us to Island Bay and you'll get that real step change. And finally, we cannot afford not to. Thank you.
Thank you. Compelling as always, and I hope that you have recovered. Yeah, that's.
I'm sure next time an issue comes up in council, I'll have to pull that out again.
Yeah. No one should be injured that way, of course. Deputy Mayor Freed.
Remember, David, when you first came, and I did apologise for you to you, and I said we would do better. Yeah. The thing about the gender balance, I had a look at your front picture. It's disappeared now, but just that counter argument that it's all about guys. How many of those doctors in that picture were actually female? It looked like a reasonable swag.
That was all we could get on the day.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But in your estimation, would you say there's pretty much a gender balance in the people that want to ride?
I could actually, what would be interesting was a number of stories I could tell, and as I think of it, they're all women. I could think of a radiologist, a surgeon, and a cancer doctor who have recently started biking, who swear by their e-bikes now, who are all women. I hesitate to call them middle-aged, but people established in their careers, women who have taken up biking and found, actually, why did I ever bother with my car? The only thing is I just like to feel safe on my bike.
Yeah, so I guess the follow-on from that is this infrastructure is actually going to help redress that balance.
Oh, the research would be compelling that you will help more women into cycling than men because they are the ones who are most put off by dangerous infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask you if you've thought about designing for disabled people? Because we have had some legitimate criticism.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
About it's not easy when you're trying to put all the
but
nodes.
Actually, I'm really pleased that we've got to the point where we're having these discussions. Like 10 years ago, it was how can I get my car from A to B? And now we're thinking about transport choice. And so that is about how do other modes of transport that are healthier interact with all the various needs of those people. So I'd say I'm thrilled to be having the conversation. Bring it on. And can we just notice how big a change that is? The evidence I would cite that there is strong evidence in favour of separating cyclists from pedestrians, so separated rather than shared car paths, and the judgment from the Environment Court went into that in some detail and concluded the same thing. So there's now legal impetus to that in the New Zealand setting. What you're talking about is where do those things interact, and to me that is all about design. Safe design is don't rely on human behaviour. It sometimes lets us down. Can we get the design right? That's complicated. Bus stops are a good case in point. We're starting at the bottom of the curve. We've got a long way up the curve to go, but let's embrace that challenge rather than it be something that detracts us from the why, which is the big picture. We've got to change the way we do transport.
Great. Okay, compelling as always. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Right, now, Joachim Vink, are you here? And I hope I pronounced your name correctly. You can correct me.
That's very, very good. Very good pronunciation. Thank you. Kia ora koutou. I am Jochen, a research fellow at Victoria University. And today I speak to you because of the importance of the Newtown bike path. I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me the chance to speak today, and it feels great to live in a country where citizen participation is such a big thing. I'm from the Netherlands, and when I moved to Wellington, I was told that I should give up my biking because it was unsafe. Nobody bikes in Wellington, and it's not a part of the New Zealand mentality. When I arrived here 10 months ago, I found the opposite to be true. There's not only a lot of talk, a lot of plans, but biking is already present all around us within this beautiful city. especially on parts with bike lanes, but basically everywhere. When I told my dad over the phone about biking in Wellington, he told me it reminded him a lot of biking in the Netherlands in the 70s. No, our country hasn't had bike lanes from the Middle Ages. In fact, many canals in Amsterdam were converted in roads to make space for cars. Active policy from city councils and government has allowed for a biking culture to flourish, and the space that we are saving by having fewer cars in our cities, we spend on making our cities more beautiful and livable. Last year, the medieval outer moat around the historic center of Utrecht has been brought back after being buried underneath car roads and turned into a wonderful park that people enjoy walking, biking, and boating. Last week, we have put an offer on a house to move to Newtown. We love Newtown, not only for its diversity, its cool cafes and bars, but another reason we thought it would be a good place to invest was its potential for the future. It's looking to develop a great connection to the city with light rail on the cards and hopefully very soon a great bike path. The perfect place for us to settle down with the promising future ahead. In that sense, I am the living proof that people-friendly urban planning makes people want to live there. When people drive cars, they shop in big malls at the edge of town with big parking lots and big global brands. On my bike, I do my shopping every day at the local grocer, bakery, dairy, cafe, and farmer's market. So when talking about the prosperity and survival of our unique local Wellington stores, I believe bikes play a role too. Besides local shop owners and residents of Newtown, I believe one of the groups of people who would benefit the most from this bike lane is kids. I started biking to school on my own at the age of 7, and the amount of freedom this has given me growing up has been tremendous. I could bike to friends' places, meet in town, or go to soccer training, all on my own time. My parents didn't have to stress to pick me up from school every day, and later as a teenager I could go out without spending money on expensive taxis or relying on my parents to wake up late at night. If I was ever to raise kids in Wellington, I would love for them to have that same sense of freedom. In the Netherlands, the system works because you can rely on getting from A to B by bike lane. Here in Wellington, I find myself having to plan my route by looking up where the bike lanes are and trying to connect them. While driving on these bike lanes, they often change, and I have to share suddenly with pedestrians, buses, or having to cross roads. Consistency is key, and therefore my main takeaway message for today is to deliver just that. In the Netherlands, we use red pavement to clearly separate what is a bike lane from everything else. I suggest to be very consistent in using colored pavement throughout the route, everywhere. Furthermore, add more signs to make it clear what is exactly the route. Because not everyone is as knowledgeable about the exact rules and routes as the hardcore bikers as me. Furthermore, everyone else using that road, tourists, car drivers, pedestrians, they all need to know where this bike lane is going to be and what it looks like. Consistency also means reducing the change of bike lane styles, so avoid suddenly halfway through the route combining it with sidewalks or bus lanes. Less path sharing means less conflict between car, bus, bike, and pedestrian. This, at the end of the day, will benefit everyone. It's no surprise to me that the Island Bay bike lane hasn't been used as much as was maybe expected. Evaluating the success of a bike lane shouldn't start when it's not finished. Do we evaluate the usage of Transmission Gully when we build it halfway up the hill and let people go down a gravel road on the other side? We have to connect the routes, build the network. I understand there are worries about what is being lost in the process. Where do you park your car? How do you supply the shops? And how do you safely disembark the bus? I think a consistent approach would help here too. Because if it's the same everywhere, it's more fair, causes less confusion, stress, accidents, and people know how to navigate the system. In the Netherlands, we can park our car, supply shops, and catch the bus safely, while still having bike lanes everywhere. It can be done. Wellington is the most beautiful city I have lived in, and its beauty becomes most apparent to me when I'm on the bike. I'm more connected to its surroundings, its wild weather, its local cafes and shops, and its people when I bike through it. I hope you can make this experience possible, not just for confident bikers like me, but for everyone here in Pūroro. I hope you support the Newtown bike lane. Thank you.
Thank you. That was compelling, and I'm sorry I did pronounce your name wrong. After all that, can I just ask you quickly, from your lived experience in the Netherlands, as more bike lanes are built, do you get a lot of pushback from businesses? Or is that sort of, a lot of that work was done sort of starting in the 70s?
Yes, so there is still some fight. For example, in Amsterdam, we're now trying to create entire car-free inner cities. And so that is still creating pushback. So there's always a sense of pushback. However, for bike lanes, this has become so normalized that people don't push back against it as much, I think.
Okay.
But for entire car-free zones, this is still a thing, yeah, and car parks that have to be removed.
There you go. That's my idea of heaven, but there you go. All right, okay. Any other questions, councillors? Great. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. Great.
Thank you.
Right, Nicholas Booth, apologies for keeping you waiting. Sorry, we're getting so many great submissions.
No problem, no problem. Kia ora koutou, ko Nicholas Booth tēnei. I'm a parent trustee at Newtown School, and I'm here to speak for the school. So Te Kora o ngā Puna Wairora Newtown School has around 300 tamariki and provides English and Māori medium curriculum. We're right at the southern end of the cycleway, and we've watched the progress with much interest. The school's strategic position is to support and encourage active and safe modes of transport, and you'll all know the real pressure on parking and travelling through Newtown. We've heard about it today. So measures to improve safety for those taking active transport to and from school is encouraged for multiple reasons: for health, for decarbonisation, to reduce congestion, and also because it's fun. The school is very grateful for the time and energy of council officers who have kept us informed. They've been really responsive to our concerns, and we really appreciate that. We called for school community feedback on the proposal, which has been broadly supportive. It's interesting to note, however, that the proposed changes in parking in front of the school have prompted some concern. A small number of those people are just generally opposed to cycleways, but that's quite a small number. Much more concern was around measures to mitigate the change in parking for additional short stay parks and drop off and pick up time. I believe there's a resolution about that potentially that I encourage you all to vote in favour of. As mentioned, our school proudly offers full immersion te reo education, and while the English medium enrolment zone is pretty much Newtown, Ngāti Kotahitanga is not zoned. And because of this, we have whānau travelling a long way to our kura. They, along with some other members in our community, need to drive, and we encourage the council to add additional drop-off parking, short stay parking, in particular on Main Street from the school gates up to Minerva. And it'd be really helpful if there could be some short stay parks for those coming from the north on Redford Street. There's, you know, you may know there's a plan to create a merging zone which takes away parking from in front of the school. Would love the remaining parking to become short stay at drop-off time. That would be really helpful. We want Newtown to thrive and encourage the council to continue to support businesses, residents, and all of our community through these changes. We look forward to the school being surrounded by safe streets in a thriving neighbourhood. And I just thought I'd finish by mentioning what's happened at the school this week. As you may know, we hosted Minister Wood, Waka Kotahi, Council and friends for the Streets for People announcement on Tuesday, and it was a really great event. Part of that was to set up some safe biking opportunities for the school, inside the school grounds, and the tamariki at school have loved it. There's been genuinely a massive uptake. The playground is full of bikes and scooters and sounds of fun. The school bike shed is normally pretty full, and this week we've estimated we'd need 3. Seriously, the hall is now being used as a bike shed because the bike shed's full of scooters. And speaking with the principal, it shows a real appetite for active transport in the community. When safe opportunities are presented, our whānau and tamariki want to take them. Just personally, my son stopped riding through Newtown when he was about 5 because on the main streets it's too dangerous. You know, you just can't do it. It's too risky. It's really unpleasant. But with cycleways, that can happen. So we encourage the council to finish the network and let the tamariki ride on it. Thank you very much.
Submission, thank you. Councillor O'Neill and then Councillor Foon, I was wondering if you had a question too.
Oh, sorry.
No, oh yeah, no, come back.
Popular. I'm very envious of Newtown School now. That's so neat. Sounds cool. You said that you went out to consultation and you mentioned the school strategic direction.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any feedback from the tamariki themselves? Because I'm assuming when you say strategic direction, you're talking about grown-ups on the board or something like that.
Yeah, grown-ups on the board make the strategic plan. The student voice, I think, can be seen by the participation in this week's events. Like, it's epic. You should go have a look. It's cool. There's now like bike patrol inside school, and would love that to, you know, explode onto the streets.
Great, thank you.
Kia ora, Nick, and yeah, thank you, and please pass on thanks to the school for the event the other day. It was pretty special. Just in terms of well-being and are you noticing a direct relationship to if kids are more active, what are the benefits for them in school? Like what is the school seeing?
Being on the board, I can't speak to that as a teacher, but I would assume that it's obvious. It's obvious, right? Like exercised kids, healthy kids are going to have a better time in life.
Yeah. One more question, just around the particulars. Do you feel that just the way you are requesting, so what you're saying is you're still going to have some needs for people to bring their children by car because of the offerings of the school. Do you have a percentage number, or are you aware of those needs in particular in terms of quantity?
The role of the provision of Māori medium education is something the school wants to grow, and because that is an unzoned part of the school, we would not want to put barriers around people coming in. It's not a significant barrier, but it is a barrier. You know, travel for Māori medium education can be subsidised, I think, in some situations. So it's acknowledged that it can be a barrier. So there are those in our community who need to drive. That's an example. We've heard from the disabled community, and the school provides accessibility parking on site. But I think it's important. We've heard from our Māori community who need to travel to school that it's a concern for them, so we want to pass that on. I think it's a valid one too.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, I guess I was a little bit concerned about that because, you know, you said you wanted quite a bit of parking reserved for or provided for that. I wondered if the school has had a chance to look into other options, like, you know, more kids travelling by public transport or buses that can pick them up from some way of getting them from the railway station to the school.
Yeah, I think that might be a possibility for a secondary school perhaps, but the kids who start in that class of 5.
Okay.
But yes, we have explored things like walking buses. That's within the zone. You know, we have just started looking into support for those coming in from. Currently, we have whānau coming in from the hut. So we will look into that. And in terms of numbers. I've lost the thread of your question.
It's all just a broad question.
Sorry, I just have one further point to make. Walking through Newtown is not easy, straightforward for young kids too. Like in particular, Emmett Street has a real jam. It's an intersection with Redford. It has two 2 primary schools and a kura and a massive hospital car park. So getting hospital staff out of Newtown and hospital cars out of Newtown and on bikes would be massively supportive to our school.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. That was very helpful.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank you.
really useful information. Right, Patrick, you know the drill. Welcome to you. Thank you very much for coming in.
Okay. Good afternoon, councillors and people watching at home. Thanks. Cycling Action Network strongly supports council plans for bus and bike lanes from Newtown to the city. It's great to see huge public support for this, as demonstrated in the submissions. I note with the 67% support for a contentious project like this, I think it's quite remarkable. And I think council staff have done pretty well to reach out to more and more people with this. It indicates that Wellington people support your plans to make bus and bike travel better. For those of you running for re-election, I noticed that last election several candidates ran on an anti-cycleway platform. Neither was elected. Bus and bike lanes are vote winners in Wellington. Again, well done to the council for being awarded a share of the Streets for People funding announced on Tuesday to accelerate the missing link from Island Bay to Newtown. I spoke with the Minister, Michael Wood, on Tuesday, and he would love to give more of that sweet waka kotahi money to your council, to our community, to keep up momentum. There's political support for this in Wellington and throughout the country. I actually think you'll be really proud of what you've achieved looking back in a few years, and I predict that you'll get study trips from places like the Netherlands to come and see, I'm not even joking, to see how a city like Wellington, which has been largely oriented around cars and to a less degree public transport, has really been part of that transformation that modern cities are doing. I think you'll be proud of this. Please do not reduce safety on this route, for example, by reinstating turn bays at Cambridge Terrace. Let's remember that Pāniki Ponake is not about making life easier for people like me. It's for addressing the needs of people who would love to bike but don't want to mix with busy traffic. So let's just keep the focus on that. The design here is actually a bare minimum. I would call it a basic design along this key route. So, let's, as councillors, not get into, redesigning every little part of it. I know a lot of compromises have already been made by the design team to meet our requirements of many users along the way. I think it's time to stop doing that, to build it, to test the design, to improve it where necessary, and to really build a usable route for people who want to bike, scoot, and take the bus between Newtown and the city. I want to offer my support for Living Streets submission. There are a few design bits that need work on. For example, the traffic island where Adelaide Road meets the basin. It's a bodge, really. There really isn't room for larger sized bikes and the pedestrians that are currently using that. So I think there's more work to be done there. One suggestion might be to relocate the bus stop further south of McDonald's to free up some of the pressure on the road space at that point. Also concerns about how the bus stops work. I think other submitters have made that point. I will be there with Brian and each of you to help educate users of bus stops about who gets priority there when the bus does stop. But education can't be the only solution. We also need a design that's fundamentally safe. To those who want more and more community engagement to keep kicking the can down the road, I say let's not delay this essential safety and movement and placemaking project. Let's not turn back the clock. Every day of delay means Wellington people are put at risk, like we saw with James Sullivan on Adelaide Road last week. Every day of action is a day closer to safe and attractive streets. I have to say I continue to find it bizarre that council needs to go through 5, 10, 15 years of consultation on providing basic safety on public spaces. Just a couple of quotes to finish with. Reading through the submissions, the 631 pages the other day. This is from Bex Redford. I work in Newtown and would love to be able to cycle to work, but right now this part of Wellington feels like a car-centric death trap. These new cycle lanes would mean I could leave my car at home and take my bike instead, which is awesome. One more from Adam Brankhorst. What is it with some men who, when faced with a woman saying, I'd like a cycle lane here as I don't feel safe with my kids, these guys almost always say, we don't need one, I have no problem cycling there. Just because it's okay for them doesn't mean it's safe for others. So again, let's listen to people who are most disadvantaged in our city and listen really carefully to what they're saying and asking for. Just to close on, Cycling Action Network supports the Council Sustainable Transport Hierarchy, which puts people on foot and disability users at the top of the transport hierarchy. We need to provide for these people first. So let's work together and get a great result for the city. Kia kaha and thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. Very succinct. Deputy Mayor Free and then Councillor Coffey.
Yeah, so one of the things that's been raised with us is the conflict at bus stops and the fact that really cyclists should be giving way to those bus passengers. Have you got any practical ideas? Can we put some little jitterbars there? What can we do to really signal to cyclists that this is a slow zone?
Sure. I mean, design will get you most of the way. The narrowness of access to the platforms indicates don't go two abreast. This is a place to slow down. The ramps also do that. Also, the texture of the bus stop. You know, this is not a new design here. It's been proven overseas. I think additional to that, there's more steps that have to be taken around education. And again, I'm really happy to help with that. You know, the norm in Melbourne that we heard earlier is when the tram stops, everything stops. This is not just bikes alongside there, but all traffic in the street stops. I think we need to do more work taking us in that direction. I would also say that let's not fall into the trap of car thinking. We're designing for people here. When I walk down Ridderford Street, people are going in all directions, going into shops, getting on buses. People don't crash into each other because we're going at a speed that makes negotiation, eye contact possible. So separation is not the only tool in the toolbox. Lowering speeds and culture change are also really important there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patrick. You talked about the fact that there have already been some compromises made in the design process. I guess if there was one thing in the design compromise that you could uncompromise, what would it be?
Sure, and I'm speaking in favour of moving more people on buses here. Part-time bus lanes, really bad idea. You've heard me say this before, let's not privilege 9 to 5 commuters. People who aren't 9 to 5 commuters make trips all time of day and night. Also, I think part-time bus lanes, they're less legible. People get confused about when they're open, when they're not. Every morning I come down Adelaide Road at about 9:15, and sure enough, people are starting to park there because they know there's no way traffic staff are going to ping them for that. You know, people game the system, I get that. So, you know, to prioritise the movement of people, we need to fix the buses. That means full-time continuous bus lanes.
Thank you. Great submission. Really appreciate all your work, as always.
Thank you, and thank you to your staff.
Thank you. Right, Tony Vile, very sorry for keeping you waiting, so we look forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Thank you for the opportunity. I've been working and living in Wellington for over 50 years, so I think I know this city pretty jolly well. I'm a recreational cyclist now. I don't cycle as much as I used to. I'm a gold card bus user, so I use buses a lot. I use a car, and I'm also a member of a couple of tramping organisations, so I know the city particularly well. I love the city, but I think you guys are slowly strangling it. I'll tell you, we've had a lot of submissions so far I've listened to, and they're all much for the cycleways. I'm not against cycleways. I mean, some of my best friends are cyclists. But I think no one has actually talked about costs. You are talking about spending millions and millions of dollars for cycleways for less than 1% of our population. Just think about it. Do we really need, where are your priorities? Could we not spend that money a little bit better? Not only that, you're talking about putting cycleways in that are only going to be used for about 4 hours a day with lots of people on. No one cycles at night, and yet you're going to put cycleways on either side of the road. You're going to narrow the roads and make it more difficult for other people. Most of the submitters here have not talked about other users, like the bus drivers, the commercial users, the rubbish truck drivers. They've got to find their way around the city. So the other thing is, where are all the cyclists? If you went out today to Courtney Place and down Cambridge Terrace, you probably wouldn't see any. You'd be lucky if you saw one or two. I went down there yesterday, drove to Constable Street, I saw one cyclist. The other day, 2 weeks ago, we took the bus because our tramping trip was cancelled at the last minute. We took the bus down to Island Bay. There were 10 people on the bus from Courtney Place. When we got to Island Bay, there were only 2 of us. We spent 3 hours walking back from Island Bay through Newtown to Kilbirnie. Do you know how many cyclists we saw? 1. It wasn't a very nice day, but you've got to ask yourself, why are we spending a huge amount of money for so few people? Now, let's look at what Let's Get Wellington Moving have done. They've got an extravagant website, but has very short on analysis of who is cycling, where they're going, and most importantly, when. There's no figures there on numbers, and there's no figures about what's likely to happen in the future. I mean, how many people are we talking about cycling in from Island Bay every morning? Does anybody know? How many? I don't know. Do you think it's going to double if we put cycleways in?
You could ask a question.
The Let's Get Wellington Moving solution is to put a cycleway in between from the curb and have the bus lane outside that. And that is, as I think was pointed out by a previous speaker, it is a flawed design. Do you know there are 27 bus stops between Island Bay and Courtney Place? Every time the bus stops, so will the cyclists have to stop, because the people getting on and off the buses have got to cross a cycleway. You've got the cycleway in the wrong place. I'm not against cycleways, but I just think the design is basically flawed. The other thing you've got to think about is that having the cycleway on either side of the road against the curb, think about the drivers of trucks and buses and cars. If they want to turn left into their premises, they've got cyclists coming through on their inside. Very dangerous. In fact, I think what you're proposing is going to cause more accidents than there are at the moment. You've got takeaway, you've got, is it McDonald's, I think, down there? You've got petrol stations. Have you ever tried turning into those places? Just think about the blind spots you've got with cyclists. If you put the cyclists back out where they belong, out, not mixing necessarily with the traffic, but give them a couple of white lines or something like that, so there is some delineation, it would make quite a difference. If I run out of time.
Nearly, yes. And we've got one question.
To use, put clearways, like there are down in Wellington, where is it? Have clearways in the mornings, and so the cyclists can which they can share with buses and cycles, but the cyclists should be on the outside of the buses. Remember, cycling is a choice. So if you don't feel comfortable, catch a bus. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Condi, you've got a question.
Thanks, Tony. You talked about we're spending millions of dollars for the 1% of people who are cycling right now. But I guess do you accept that we're also spending that money for the people who want to cycle it and can't? And that's particularly women who feel like it's too dangerous. Yep. And also that it's women who are more likely to travel outside of those peak times. Yeah, so when we make part-time cycleways, women, again, are kind of disadvantaged. They don't get to use them. I've been thinking about
that. If you think most of the cyclists are commuters, and they're in at 9 o'clock in the morning, they're in their offices, and at 4 o'clock afterwards, they're going, and in the afternoon, who are the people who are going to go out cycling? Is it mum and dad, the pensioners? Are we going to get on our bikes and go into town? Yep. No. I don't see that, particularly down this part of town. I'm sorry, not this part, I mean in Adelaide Road, Basin Reserve. So I don't think there'd be a huge uptake. Remember, Wellington is probably the most unlikely city in New Zealand to put cyclists. I've cycled through Europe, I've cycled across England, I've cycled in Amsterdam, and what we're trying to do here is just not suitable. The Island Bay model really has to be disbanded. That is absolutely the worst thing that's ever been invented here, in my opinion.
Right, well, thank you for sharing your views. That's really helpful. We need to hear lots of different perspectives, so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, Greg Bond. Again, apologies for lateness. We have listened with great enthusiasm to our submitters.
Kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to present my submission. I've got a bit of a script here, but I'm probably going to steer away from it a little bit. About a year ago, I made a deliberate decision to downsize from having a car. It was getting increasingly expensive to maintain something that was a rolling wreck. So I and my son, we cycle from Crofton Downs to Johnsonville on a daily basis, all uphill, I'll note, on an e-bike, and I periodically will travel down to Newtown, as I actually did today, all the way from Johnsonville, right out to Berhampore. So I've cycled the entire route just this morning. I frequently do that when I've got shifts to work at the Basin Reserve Urgent Care. Incidentally, many of those shifts finish late at night, and I do cycle home late at night. You may not see me, but so it goes. My submission is in a personal basis, but it's also on behalf of my children. I want them to grow up in a city that they can get around without having recourse to beg me for lifts everywhere, without having to necessarily learn to drive or, frankly, have a car to go around the city to make small trips, which can quite easily be done by bike. I think fundamentally all transport options should have parity of esteem, some degree of parity of spending, acknowledging, of course, that building a road is damn sight more expensive than building a cycle lane. And as it stands, we've had a vast, long-standing imbalance in our transport spending, heavily tilted in favour of ease of movement of private motor vehicles alone. This is partly an equity issue. Cars are becoming increasingly expensive to run. When we electrify the fleet, as we all know, electric vehicles are quite expensive, at least initially. Public transport is cheaper. I acknowledge Greater Wellington electrifying the buses. I acknowledge the government doing the half-price transport fares. Cycling is cheaper still, and walking is free. We must consider those modes. We must finance them and resource them appropriately. I wholeheartedly support the proposals. Others have made some very good points in terms of taking away some of the minor issues with it. I don't have any specifics on that. Suffice to say, though, implementation of the cycle network as planned, implementation of the bus lanes as planned is important for safety. It separates bikes from the general traffic lane. There's less conflicts there. It separates general traffic from the buses, allowing the buses to move more freely as well. Journey reliability is improved for all users, importantly car users as well, by that separation of modes. Dr. Tripp has mentioned the health benefits. As a GP, I completely agree with that, and it's something we need to very vocally support and increase. Of note in terms of health benefits as well, improved air quality. There is a strong correlation with the amount of asthma, particularly in our country. We know that transport pollution is a significant cause of that. Finally, I'd like to mention sort of precedent. All of this needs to happen. Change is hard. Change is hard for you, the decision makers. I know that you have pressures from both sides. Change is hard for the businesses and individuals who may be affected by altering the way we have parking, altering the access to their premises. These are things that can be mitigated for. We're not reinventing the wheel. This has been done the world over. A previous speaker from the Netherlands has mentioned it's been done since the 1970s there. We do not need to reinvent the wheel for New Zealand. We do not need to reinvent the wheel for Wellington. We just need to take on board what international best practice is, adopt it a little bit for our own circumstance, and just get on with it. Further stalling, watering down, or abandoning this change in favour of roading improvements, we all know what it leads to. Induced demand, more congestion, more pollution, worse health outcomes for all involved. If we can't make this change on one of the busiest bus corridors, busiest bike routes, physically widest corridors in the city, then where can we make it? If we don't make this change, we'll show ourselves to be a city comfortable with putting people's lives and health at risk for the sake of car parking spaces. We'll show ourselves to be a city that doesn't seek to walk the walk after talking the talk on climate change and the climate change emergency. All of the above ought to be unconscionable. I strongly support this. I strongly urge you to support this and implement it in full. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. That was great. Councillor Rush with a question.
But I suppose, Greg, yeah, I had a number actually, but you mentioned the Netherlands, so they apply the European standards for slope and gradient. Do you think we should be doing that here?
Sorry,
the Netherlands adopt the European guidelines for slope and gradient in their design of cycleways. Do you think that would be relevant here?
I'm not an expert in cycleway design. I'm a GP by trade, so I would certainly advocate you asking that question of somebody who has more precise knowledge than I.
Thanks.
Right. Thank you very much. Great submission. Really appreciate that. Councillors, sorry, and officers for eating into your lunchtime, but we've got some great submissions, so very grateful for that. So we'll be back at 1:30. Go and get yourself some food and hopefully get a healthy walk since we've had so many doctors here today. Thank you. back, colleagues, and looking forward to the rest of the afternoon. Andrew Starkey, a warm welcome to you. Thank you so much. Come to the lectern. We look forward to hearing what you've got to say.
It's all right to be unmasked for the...
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We are, because it's just a bit difficult to talk and...
Is that what that does? Think. Okay. Oh, have I started?
Yes. Oh, yeah. No, just we'll give you a bit of extra time.
Kia ora. Ko Andrew toku ingoa. I better get my notes out. This is my first oral submission ever. So
yay!
Just while I'm getting to my notes. Yeah, I'm here to speak as a young person. Just because obviously we don't get enough of a range of voices at these kinds of things, particularly in local government, where you do see kind of one kind of point of view parroted by a very vocal group, a wide group, but you know, the same kind of people coming every time. So that's why I'm here to kind of be engaged. So I live in Newtown, and I live on the street just past the hospital. I've heard it said so many different ways. So if anyone knows the correct way, feel free to...
Mean.
Okay. That's the one I've been saying, so whew, vindicated. So I live on Main Street. And I used to live in Te Awa Kairangi in the hut, and I used to cycle everywhere. Moving into Newtown, or even when I was living on Main Street, I didn't really feel safe. I never used my cycle. So I've since sold my bicycle. And I now walk everywhere. So from Newtown, it's a bit of a walk. It takes me 60 minutes to get to uni. It takes me 45 minutes to get to work. But with a separated cycle lane, I would feel safe cycling. Obviously, we've got a bus, but like I'd prefer to stay active, keep it for a rainy day. So the half price is good, but also I like to stay active personally. But the choice is great. So the thing is, we are in a climate catastrophe. The science is settled. I know you've obviously probably talked about a lot of the specifics. So as an oral submission, I came to kind of give the point of view of me and my peers, the opinion, which is what I'm assuming what the point is of the oral submissions, because you've already done your old little research. So yeah, I would love to have the option to cycle down, like the new separated, the stuff that's already in there, the pilot, is really good. It's not really enough for me to commit to buying a cycle though, because it's not fully integrated. And so I know there's a lot of opposition from businesses in the area and also just a lot of drivers. But I also have some issues with the cycleway or the project, but aroha mai, I want to kind of speak in general support, enthusiastic general support of the cycleway, but that doesn't mean, so these small issues that people have doesn't mean we need to throw it out with the bathwater, you know? We need to kind of look at these targeted issues, like for example, one on the left turn into Main Street. The left turn lane kind of pops out of nowhere and the cycle lane cuts across it. And it's such a change that I think if you were driving along and you're suddenly like, shoot, I need to get into the left-hand lane, it just kind of jumps out and you just kind of go. Whereas it doesn't really give you time to check for cyclists. So I think that's more dangerous than if the cycle lane was just on the left or at the front, like we have on multiple intersections. We just have the bikes that can go sit in any lane, go in any way. Yeah, and there's a few issues with like the whole cyclists give way to pedestrians at the bus stop in terms of just flow. Obviously, it's not a major issue. It's not as a safety concern like the other one that I mentioned, but these small tweaks could go a long way to make people like me feel safe and also contribute to the wide range of transport options that we do need. It's already too late to integrate these options. So I'm glad I'm speaking in support of this pilot, this interim change, whatever the wording is. But these in a view of overwhelming, well, from where I stand, it seems like an overwhelming negative pushback, scrap it, no, undemocratic. I walk past those signs in those shops, and it's so awkward because I'm like, I would love to be one of those cyclists. I don't want to see these undemocratic, unfair, like this. What am I doing now? This is democracy. And I'm speaking in support of it in general. And I think I'll just leave the last 5 seconds. That's all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Andrew, thank you. Just thank you for illustrating to us what it's like as a new cyclist experiencing the roads on Wellington and the challenges that you can see with what we've got going on. How do you feel about as a potential cyclist at the shared space with the bus stop at hospital, outside of the hospital, for example? How do you feel about the idea of completely slowing down, stopping to give way to pedestrians?
I don't really see it as an issue because, on those terms, because obviously the majority of the day, there's going to be so few buses. Well, I mean, there's one every few minutes, but it won't be like packed buses every time. And obviously with the parks getting removed for the bus lane, we need to kind of look at ways that non-emergency patients can come into the hospital, and nurses as well, because all along the street, there was that report commissioned by the council about the parking spaces. I forgot who did it. Yeah, I think so. Saying that there was over 85% occupancy on weekdays on Main Street. And then it was similar on the weekends, but anecdotally, I see that a lot of nurses do park along that street, and they park there all day. And so these kinds of, like, if we could have a more integrated network of buses, cycle lanes, somewhere to park those cycles, I'm assuming the hospital must have some sort of area, it would kind of alleviate that. So, sorry, to directly answer your question, I think rush hour would be like the kind of, particularly because it's only one side of the street, like, I agree that it's awkward and it doesn't help with the flow. I think it's fine, particularly for a pilot or an interim system. I mean, in terms of waiting for like rapid transit, it's going to be a bit of a wait, so we need to kind of think about that integration now, as opposed to, once we have some sort of rapid transit, we can make some pedestrian areas and that kind of thing. So yeah, like, it's not great. It's not a deal breaker. I wouldn't not cycle because I had to give way to some people getting on a bus, particularly if those people are catching the bus because they have accessibility issues, like wheelchair or cane, blind, whatever the issues are. Sorry, did that? Yeah.
I was just testing the feel of that as a new rider, and if you could adopt that culture, really.
Oh, absolutely. It would become second nature, but also can't speak for everyone, speaking for myself.
Lovely. Well, look, Andrew, come back again and make a submission, and we are going to try and make it safer for you to bike, because it is a bit of a distance from Newtown to uni. So
it is.
I think a bike would make it a bit easier, wouldn't it?
Well, with an e-bike maybe.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. That's great. Right. And now, Annalise Struvig. I hope I have pronounced your name right. This is a lesson for more language. Need more language lessons.
Brilliant, yes. Annalise Struig, well done. Kia ora tātou, tēnā koutou, and thank you so much for the opportunity, which was also my first public hearing. So yes, with the generous support of Waka Kotahi, the Newtown to City Cycleway now seems to be a $334 million done deal. In a city with crumbling water infrastructure, quake-prone buildings, a woefully inadequate public transport system, as well as worsening housing and social housing pressures, It also leaves me a little bit perplexed as to the purpose and expectations of this process, which I am now finding myself part of. But here I am, giving my voice for what it's worth. I am not against a well-planned and well-implemented cycleway as part of a well-designed integrated transport system. I lived in the Netherlands. I can totally appreciate that. Cycled everywhere, wild weather, wind, snow, cold, freezing cold, loved every minute. Would be back on my bike in a flash in Wellington if I could. So, my main concern is not around the construction of the cycleway, but I am really concerned as a citizen, as a resident of Wellington, about the blundering way in which the council has gone about implementing the new town to city cycleway and the impact that this is having on our city. The purpose of Wellington City Council is to enable democratic local decision-making and action by and on behalf of communities, and to promote the social, economic, environmental, and cultural well-being of Wellington City. The Council's decision-making and actions around the implementation of the cycleway do not quite stack up against this standard, I believe. The manner in which the Council has interpreted and used the outcomes of a very good public engagement process in 2018, the Newtown Connections Project feedback, has been hugely flawed and, dare I say, deceitful. It cherry-picked 2 of the 9 community objectives identified through that process to drive action around better and safer cycle facilities, riding roughshod over the other 7, which relate to improving public transport and pedestrian safety and enhancing the character and aesthetics of the Newtown, Burrampore and Mount Cook areas. Fast forward to 2022, it started the experimental construction of the cycleway along Riddiford Street almost by stealth. This included the removal of 150 heavily used car parks around Newtown's main commercial hub and a regional hospital, significantly impeding the safe flow of bike, bus, vehicle, and pedestrian traffic, not to mention emergency vehicles around the hospital. One of the 9 objectives identified through the 2018 consultations, namely that the impact of the construction of cycleways on parking for residents and businesses should be minimised, seem to have been disregarded. Meanwhile, in July last month, 2002, bike counters seem to indicate that, give or take, almost half of people who bike from Burrampore into the city do not use the Riddiford Street cycleway. These ghost riders seem to, based on a very clear message actually that came out of the 2018 consultations, seem to prefer the non-arterial route via Adelaide and Hanson Streets because they are being picked up by the bike counters at the end of Tasman Street. So what would help? I think a little bit of going back to the drawing board, looking at an evidence-based approach to decide what would deliver the greatest good in terms of social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being for the greatest number in Wellington City with the available resources that we have would be a good start. Also considering that Wellington City is hugely diverse, it appears that the potential benefits of the cycleway would be limited to those for whom cycling is physically possible, culturally acceptable, economically viable, and socially desirable, and whose businesses, access to properties and public facilities such as the hospital and safe movement around these areas will not be impeded. Would the cycleway outweigh the cost benefit of improving the public transport system between the southern suburbs and the city? I will remain thoroughly unconvinced until I see trustworthy, reliable evidence to the contrary. We know the light rail is coming, but in the interim, there are a huge number of people who use buses and who could potentially remove large amounts of traffic from that route if they are just improved. The schedules, the stops, everything. Cycleways also form part of an integrated transport system. They should be constructed in a way that enables the safe use and free flow of different types of public and private transport and mobility. The construction of cycleways must be surrounded and must include proper signage, and it must be supported by legislation, bylaws, education, and information to ensure that all road users understand their place, their rights, and their responsibilities. This is very fundamental to my experience of transport, the transport system in the Netherlands.
We've run out of time, so are you able to wrap up with this one question? Thank you. You've just got 5 minutes to do your thing. Sorry about that.
I just
Sorry.
have one more bullet to go, but I have said my piece.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free.
Yeah, thank you, Annalise. The regional hospital, do you think there's an argument that the regional hospital should provide parking on its own land for all the people that need to come, staff, visitors, patients?
I think that would need to be outweighed against, what is the role of the hospital. The role of the regional hospital, in my view, is to provide healthcare. Already the Children's Hospital has been built there, so it kind of cuts into their land already. Bed occupancy, I don't know what bed occupancy at the regional hospital is at the moment, but yes, it might be a temporary solution, but what will happen if the hospital needs to expand? Where do we go with those parking?
I guess my argument would be, is it the role of the council to provide all of that parking on its streets? All of that parking for a regional hospital?
Well, it is one of the main public goods in Wellington, and everybody in Wellington should have free and safe access to the hospital. And I don't think it can be an either or them us consideration. I live in Newtown. We used to live in Green Street, which is just 2 blocks away from the hospital. We could never find parking on our street in front of near our house, because it's completely taken up by people who come to the business centre, who work or visit the hospital, and on Saturdays, markets and things like that. The problem for us was exacerbated because we try to get building consent to build a house that makes provision for off-street parking, but it's been almost a 4-year process, and we are no closer to getting consent for that. So yes, it's jumbled.
All right, well, thank you very much for your submission. Really appreciate it. Come back again. It's your first time. Keep coming back, and we might need to talk about your consent. 4 years is far too long. Right, thank you very much. That's great. Jamie Yang, I hope I've pronounced that correctly too.
Kia ora koutou. You did a pretty good job.
I'm sorry, only pretty good.
You did. Perhaps if I can begin by picking up on what Councillor Free mentioned, and in my view, it hits on a really important point, that public roadways can be used in different ways, and in my view, one of the very, very low priority items should be parking private vehicles. And I do think there's a compelling argument for the hospital to provide sufficient parking on a site, which actually, from my house, which is quite close to my neighbour's house, in an adjoining street, I can see a lot of spare space on that site. In any event, that's probably picking up on a Patsy question from the councillor, but to give it is. I won't push against the open door, though. My context is that I live in Newtown, very close to the previous submitter. I bike into work. I have a partner and a 3-year-old. and I bike with my son when it's safe, including to his ECE, which is just beside the hospital. There is not a safe route for me and my son to go from my house to his ECE just beside the hospital. So at present, we spend quite a lot of time on the footpath. I am chilled by the idea that we need to go back to the drawing board, and the reason for that is quite simple. I have lost count of the following things. I've lost count of the times that I or someone who I've been riding behind or been riding in front of has had a near miss and has ended up in tears or in clear distress on that route, on that particular route. I've lost count of the number of people who I've spoken to who've been put off cycling on that particular route. I'm not talking about generally cycling in Wellington, which is a city that has its challenges. I'm talking about that particular route. I've lost count of the number of times that I've almost come off my bike because someone's opened a door. I haven't because I'm a confident cyclist and I go out into the middle of the lane and I avoid getting doored. What I then see is people punishing me for that by coming close on the other side. So you are damned if you do and damned if you don't. I've also lost count of the number of times that I have reluctantly got into my car with my 3-year-old because I would like to go with him on his bike seat into town, taking the most direct route. Quite often we bike recreationally over the hill from Newtown to Kilburnie and down into the Eastern Bays. But that's all very well if you've got the time on a weekend. If you want to nip down to Oriental Parade and go for a wee pedal, that's not going to cut the mustard. So I've lost count of the times that I've got in my internal combustion engine car when I would have preferred to get on my bike. I saw something lovely this morning though. I saw a wee 8-year-old maybe. She was biking alone in the cycleway and I thought, where are her parents? And then I realised this kid was able to bike to school because there was a cycleway, part of her route to school. And she was going on her own like it was the 1950s to her primary school. And she very sensibly got off at the end of the cycleway and then walked for that bit between the hospital and Main Street and the intersection with the school. Anyway, I hope that we'll see more of that when she can go all the way to school. And in my view, what we need now is a consistent separation from traffic all the way from Newtown to the city in the most direct route, not going via Hanson Street. I'll give you 1 minute and 4 seconds to question me.
Excellent. Councillors, you've got a challenge. Questions? Mayor Foster.
Thanks, Jamie. I just wanted to ask you, concept clearly you're going, yep, cool.
Yes.
Are there any design issues in what's there at the moment? You go, yeah, you haven't got that one quite right, or is it perfect?
There are imperfections.
Yeah, okay, so I'm interested in what you think those are.
In any portion where you have to be sharing the road with traffic is a problem, and I think that the one bit that is going to retain
that's the Main Street
feature is that Main Street at the moment, but also John Street I think is going to retain it. But also I accept that there's only so much space on a road, and I'm not qualified to say that you could do anything different there. Yep. I wish you could, but I just don't have the qualification to say if you could.
Yeah, cool. And the way the bus stops work, are they okay from your perspective?
Yeah, I was here for the gentleman too before me, and I certainly think it's something that cyclists just need to remember, that we're sharing the road and we need to stop for people who are getting the bus.
Cool, thank you.
Good. Councillor Foon.
Kia ora, Jamie. Do you have you got friends in Newtown, and are you noticing that they are also taking up different modes of transport in lifestyle? And yeah, is this additional cycleway helping those conversations at least?
Oh, absolutely. And looking at my son's EC is a classic example of that. There are lots of bikes, lots more than there used to be, and people are talking about it more.
Right.
So change is happening. We just need to be helped.
Yeah.
And I think you are trying to help us.
Kia ora.
I encourage you to do that.
Thank you very much. That was a great submission. Really appreciate it. Right, Jonathan Markwick, welcome to you. I think, is this the first time you've submitted? Sorry. Yeah, I know.
Yes, it's the first time I've submitted in person.
Great.
Cool. I'll start now.
Yes.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'm speaking to you today as an affected resident who lives around the corner from the Pūroro cycle route on Adelaide Road. I regularly travel along the proposed route on a car, in a bus, and in a bicycle. I understand the current proposal will involve the removal of parking spaces along the route, which may cause inconvenience and cost to motorists. However, this year there have been multiple horrific injuries, and sadly some people have been killed by motor vehicles while riding bikes in New Zealand cities. The current layout of LA Road and Cambridge Terraces leaves no safe legal space for people cycling. People riding bikes usually travel at half the speed of traffic. Hence, they must place a great deal of trust in the large numbers of cars and drivers to overtake safely and not run the bike rider over. And as we've seen on too many occasions, this is not always accomplished. There are cyclists who are able to travel at 40 or 50 k's an hour, but unfortunately these will always be a tiny minority. We have to design bike infrastructure that is safe for school children, students, and the elderly. I note that parking will be less abundant and car drivers may have to park further away from their destination, but I would strongly suggest that protecting people from being killed while riding a bicycle is more important than providing convenient parking. It's true that there will still be the wind, the rain, and the hills, but none of these factors are as likely to kill someone who is riding on a bicycle. Just on the bus lanes, I support the Adelaide Road and Redford Street bus lanes being made full-time. At the very least, the Kent Terrace bus lanes need to be made 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. all day, because these buses are delayed by the Mount Victoria Tunnel traffic. Just a quick note on the climate. The latest IPCC report on climate change says we must reduce emissions now. It isn't sufficient to wait for the electrification of the private vehicle fleet. The IPCC report says that one of the ways this can be achieved in cities like Wellington is by supporting safe walking and cycling. In the New Zealand government's emissions reduction plan, one of the key transport actions is to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, is to reduce our reliance on cars by making streets safer for walking and cycling. An individual deciding to lower their emissions isn't going to do much to reduce global emissions, but the very least the council could do is to enable people to make those decisions by having a transport system where people can travel safely without burning fossil fuels. I am now comfortable enough riding my bicycle on Redford Street, where previously the lack of safe cycling infrastructure prevented me from using this busy street. It feels incredibly freeing to be able to access Newtown shops, pedaling at my own pace without the fear of being run over. I look forward to a future where cycling is a viable, safe transport option alongside walking, public transport and driving. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions? I think you've been very clear. Thank you very much, and come back again. We've got lots of first-time submitters today. It's great. Thank you. Right, Nathaniel Raymond, a warm welcome to you.
Hello, good afternoon. Nettie Raymond, first-time caller. I am in ardent support of this cycle lane and of cycling and alternate transport in general. Now, I'm not a fancy pants professional. I don't have all the facts and figures off the top of my head, but I'm just a guy standing in front of a mic telling a room full of people much more important than I am, and standing in front of people much more knowledgeable than I am, about how much this cycle project and what I surely hope is future cycleway projects in Wellington means to me. Not only, I've driven in this city, I've taken a bus in this city, I've cycled in this city, and at no time have I ever felt more fear than when I was run off the road by a car. It was absolutely terrifying. I almost died. But that's all anecdotally, and I will share another anecdote actually from yesterday, stepping out of the ophthalmology department at the hospital, where I was rendered blind because of pupil dilation. Sun streaming into my eyes, couldn't see a thing. Managed to make it to the lovely bus lanes, by the way, right by the hospital. There was a cyclist coming along, and they stopped. They stopped and waited for us to get on the bus. The bus left, kept going. No issues. They were respectful. They didn't hit me, which always a plus. Love not getting run over by a cyclist, almost as much as I love not getting hit by a car. That you'll have naysayers saying, oh, the removal of car parks is bad for business, oh no. But most people who park in front of a business don't actually go inside that business. They park wherever they can park, be that it's convenient to where they are currently, not necessarily where they are going. I've worked in dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of businesses in the area as a security guard. And I've seen thousands of people parking. You know, maybe they pay for their parking if it is in a payment zone, but then they just walk away. Anywhere within my line of sight, they just go off down the road. Maybe they're catching up with friends halfway across the city. They're parking wherever they can park. And that just goes to show that those parks aren't exactly necessary for movement. If you invest in public transport and you invest in cycle lanes, people will use them. If you build it, they will come. You know, you've got induced demand. We all know that you add more lanes, you still have more traffic. It just keeps coming. And that works for cycle lanes. If you build cycle lanes, at first it's be like, oh, no one's going to use them. No one's going to use them because they didn't exist yet. Once people see, oh, they're here, they're real, I can use them and they get me where I need to go, they'll use them. It'll work out. You see places like, obviously, the example that most people give is the Netherlands with their incredible cycle networks. But look at Paris like 4 odd years ago compared to today. What's the deal with that? You've got cycle traffic jams there now. And even in places like the United States, you look at Portland. And this is the United States we're talking about, the land of asphalt and massive 8-ton vehicles. But no, what Portland are doing is they're looking at public transport, they're looking at alternate transport that isn't a massive 1-ton death machine clogging up the roads, moving, 1 or 2 people. But, you invest in, if you're investing in cycle lanes, you're not only investing in public safety, you're also investing in space efficiency. You've got economic benefits, obviously. Roads cost money. Can you believe that? Repairing roads costs money. And yeah, building cycle lanes is, it's a $300 million project. But when you look at that $300 million and you look at the benefits compared to, the health of people not getting hit by cars, the wear and tear of the roads that people getting out of their cars and onto the bikes are causing, cycle lanes and bikes cause wear and tear, but not as much as a car does. I mean, that's just some basic numbers games there. The benefits, they far outweigh the costs. And I'll leave the next 25 seconds for questions. Talk fast.
Thank you for entertaining us. That's been a great way to start the afternoon. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Maddie. Just quick part-time question. What drew you to come and submit for the first time today? How did you hear about this consultation?
I just really like cycle lanes, to be honest.
Yeah. It's interesting. Cool.
That is great. Thank you so much. Thank you. And you're definitely the snappiest dresser that we have had today too. Thank you very much. Right. Paul Avery, a warm welcome to you. Thank you so much for coming in.
There's my name spelled incorrectly.
Oh dear. Oh, sorry.
Pretty sure system, but it's a B, not a V.
Oh, I'm very sorry that we made that mistake. Sorry.
That's okay, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to say my piece. And off we go. Right, well, I've been sort of drawn to this moment because of the underlying issue for me is that, there's infrastructural challenges with the roading network and, really, from my perspective, how do you address this issue with bus lane, cycle lane, car park, all in a fairly small space? But, how I really feel about it is when it comes to consultation, and from a council, it's got to be about we the people. You know, a line from the American Constitution, I believe. And it seemed to me in the past that it's really been driven by, you know, cyclists first, everyone else second, you know, and it's sort of created a bit of a bad vibe, all in all, in the city of Wellington. And, you know, I'd like to be able to think that, you know, things could be handled a little better than what they had been done in the past. Cycling's a great idea. I mean, I was in Auckland a couple of years ago and got a tour around Auckland in a rickshaw, you know, and me and my partner were sitting on the back of a bicycle. And I thought, ideal. You know, we can go to the pub and drink up as much as we want. We can take around here. And, you know, there's an opportunity for business there with cycle lanes for that. But it's, I kind of feel that the way things have been going is that, you know, it's like, okay, car parks, here we come. And that's all well and good, but while there's cars on the road, car parks are still required. And, you know, I think the lack of parking buildings, or we have lost various parking buildings around the city over the years. Is there any, you know, plan for parking buildings in areas or near areas where cycle lanes have removed the car parks? You know, there's a good option there, or maybe even a depot for car parking on the outskirts of the city to take people up to Newtown, you know, on public transport. You know, I'm all for that sort of stuff. That would be sensible from my perspective. But, you know, I know this is about Newtown, but, you know, also, you know, I work all over the city. I'm a contractor, so I have to use my vehicle every day. And Island Bay recently, I did work there, and it's like, oh, look at all that obstruction on the road. I mean, trip hazard at night, and, you know, cyclists running over those concrete islands wouldn't be nice, I'm sure. And, you know, they've all been put in place with car parks. Now, I just want to what I'd really like to be reassured of is that it's not a war against car parks and cycle lanes, because that just wouldn't be fair. You know, the design challenges are definitely challenges, all right. You know, because like I said earlier, you know, how are you going to accommodate all the four things on a small roadway? We do need cycle lanes. I cycle all the time myself. I've got my e-bike. I live in Johnsonville. I love going up the gorge now. Thanks to the technology. And I've always felt safe riding around Wellington, cycle lane or not. I'd hate for people to develop a false sense of security in cycle lanes though, because when there isn't one, you know, it can pose a problem for the cyclist potentially. Yeah, it's an interesting, it's tricky. You know, I don't have the answers myself, and I've lived in Wellington all my life. And I thought when I first heard of cycle lanes, I thought, well, okay, the road widening project first. That sounds sensible, but that's just physically not possible. In Wellington, you know, you have to shift all the buildings, you know. Yeah, so I think really, you know, I am in favour of cycle lanes, but me as a driver on a daily basis do require car parking. You know, I mean, if it's on the street, it doesn't really matter. But, you know, is there options for cars to park? You know, and of course, you know, the climate thing, yep, sure. I think less petrol cars in Wellington, the better. You know, EV cars are a great option. But the climate itself, we don't live in a bubble. The climate is the big blue ball, essentially. You know, we can clean up our act in New Zealand, but will the other big major industrial nations do that? And if they don't, well, you know, it's like, you know, ashes in a mouth, really.
Paul, we have run out of time. Are you able just to wrap up and then we'll have a question?
Yes, well, you know, yeah, okay. Well, that'll do. You know, I mean, if you have any questions for me, please.
Yes, we do. Councillor Condi, thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul, for coming in. I just wanted to ask, you've correctly identified our problem, which is geometry and the amount of space in the road. And what we've been trying to do, particularly with loading zones for people like yourself, contractors, tradies who need that parking, is to put them in the nearest side street. And I guess that's my question for you is, you know, obviously that's less convenient than being able to park right there, but is that something that you can make work?
Yeah. Simple drop-offs and then a storage. You know, it's a bit more convenient, but yeah, hey, you know, everyone's got to be happy at the end of the day. You know, and that's what living in a good city is all about. So, yep, hopefully I've had an impact.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Great to hear you. Right, Mike, welcome. Thank you very much. As always, providing some useful and detailed feedback.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I have to admit to not being a first-time submitter.
Yeah. We know, but that's all good. You're welcome.
I'd just like to start by saying that we fully support better facilities for cyclists. We in Living Streets, we think it's an important part of getting around the city, and we support this project in particular. We want to see it done. But we do have some concerns about particular areas and aspects. First of all, the process must be right. And we have concerns about that. For instance, traffic resolutions always have included pedestrian impact on the front page, so you can see what the effect on pedestrians is, but this one doesn't. And there is an impact section in a couple of pages later which doesn't mention pedestrians at all. So it would be easy to assume that pedestrians aren't affected. But this traffic resolution probably has the most impact of any TR that we've seen, both positively with the very welcome Vivian Street crossing and negatively. And many of us have become aware of the latter issues only through a detailed consideration of the plans, something that's unreasonable to expect the average submitter to do, particularly when, as in this case, plans have changed and the versions on the website have conflicted during the consultation period. Particular parts of the project of concern to us, so there are others in our written submission, are firstly the Adelaide Road bus stops, where passengers are proposed to board and alight directly from a live cycle lane, relying on cyclists who will be moving downhill at speed to take avoiding action. There's currently a similar stop on Victoria Street, but as a lower number of cyclists, lower number of buses, the cyclists are going uphill, and we understand that it's already of a concern to Metlink. Now, most cyclists will give way or stop, but some may not, and those will be putting passengers at risk. And passengers will not be in a position to take avoiding action because their focus will be on getting on and off, particularly those getting off, who will be, because it's trickier, and they'll be unsighted. And the unsighted is a particular key point because two of these bus stops service blind and low vision. So there will be people, disabled people, using these bus stops more extensively than for your average bus stop. So we see these undisclosed risks as being a real disincentive to using the bus. Next, we come to the Adelaide Road Rugby Street corner, where the footpath, which is already busy with school kids, bus passengers, McDonald's customers, etc., is proposed to be converted into a shared path. And it's not clear to us how the anticipated numbers of cyclists will squeeze in here. And there is a risk that people will end up in the busy road. It's quite a narrow path and it's quite busy along there. After the St Mary's Street incident last week, the Deputy Mayor talked about the need to remove pedestrian bike black spots. We see these parts of the project as adding to their number, not reducing them. Moving on, bus lanes have been mentioned by the submitters. The project has very welcome near continuous 24/7 bus lanes at the southern end, but when you get to Cambridge Terrace, the situation changes. At the south end, the existing bus lane is removed, And on the remaining parts, which includes the busiest stretch of buses in the region outside the Golden Mile, the bus lane hours plummet to 4/5, not 24/7, 4/5. So there's nothing off-peak, nothing at weekends, when congestion can be worse than during the week. We see that as a ready-made bus bottleneck. Last major concern is the proposed conversion of the Oriental Parade and Cable Street footpaths to shared paths. Waka Kotahi's guidance about shared paths, which is relevant to Adelaide Rugby and also the other stretches which are proposed, is that alternatives to shared paths must always be considered first, the words it uses in every case, and that particular attention must be paid to existing users, which is when you're converting a footpath, pedestrians. Unfortunately, both of these points have been completely disregarded. Added to that, at the start of the consultation, none of the maps and plans on the website showed these shared paths. So the words and the pictures on that website did not agree. So it wasn't actually clear what was being consulted on. Anyone looking at the pictures without ploughing through the words would not know that the existing footpaths were being converted into shared paths. The references are just to shared paths, as if there was something coming out, something new. And detail is buried in the small print of the 66-page traffic resolution. To be fair, some of the maps and plans, but not all, were corrected during the duration of the consultation. And this led to the situation where they contradicted each other, with multiple different versions of the same maps, drawings and documents being on the website simultaneously, including the traffic resolution itself, which had 10 pages added to it in the last week of the consultation period. It's also worth noting that the waterfront shared space traffic resolution last year specifically excluded Cable Street and Oriental Parade, and the adjacent stretch of Oriental Parade was converted from a shared path to separate bike footpaths just a few years ago. So we firmly agree the project should proceed, but for the sake of conformity with wider council policies, Waka Kotahi guidelines, pedestrian safety and bus priority, both of these being key parts of the sustainable transport hierarchy, and perhaps the most significant consideration of all, due process, we submit that these parts of this project cannot go as proposed, and we would be very happy to continue working with officers towards an outcome that is fully consistent with council policies and processes and with Waka Kotahi guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. That's my neck of the woods, so happy to talk to you about that further too. Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Mike. Good to see you again. We've heard quite a bit this morning from lived experience of disabled people using the boarding platforms outside the hospital. Does Living Streets have a view on, obviously, we're not happy with it. What should we do? Do we just get rid of them altogether? How should that configuration?
We do have a view on that. We put that in our submission. We're not happy with them. We haven't got an easy answer, and we realise that they are temporary, which is something which they could act. It's interesting that while this is called transitional, it's not actually transitional anymore. This is a permanent traffic resolution we're talking about. So the opportunity could be taken to put in something permanent there. We do have concerns there, particularly with pedestrian-cyclist conflict. There have already been examples of people riding through it. And those are significant places, but the proposed layout on Adelaide Road is much worse because people will be getting in and out directly onto the bus lane, and people going and Ridderford Street is flat, Adelaide Road is downhill, so there's a real risk of cyclists going fast, which you'd expect them to be able to go at a decent speed, not picking up on whether the bus is stopping there. And this is a very frequent bus route. There are over 20 buses an hour, even off-peak.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Mayor Foster, did you have one?
Look, thanks, Mike. As always, very, very thorough. My first question was going to be about the design of bus stops, so clearly that's being asked. But just the process in terms of what you've highlighted as what was actually consulted on changed repeatedly during the process by the sounds of it. And I'm really interested in because you basically said most of it can go ahead, but some of it can't, in your view, and there's got to be some more engagement. What does that engagement look like to you?
Well, that engagement looks like having the consultation starting, the consultation at the end of the consultation period, the project being the same as it was at the beginning of the consultation.
Well, that would be helpful.
Because thank you, it would be helpful, because people looking at the website at the beginning will have seen different things from people at the end, and the different things, the things at the beginning, like still on the first page where there's a summary, I can't remember what it's called, of what this is all about. It does not show those shared paths. Later ones do, but which particular map do you believe? Do you believe the one that says it has, or the one that says it hasn't? One version of the plans had actually both in them. So, which version of the truth do you believe? So
I guess my question was really about what the process should be from here on with the bits that are problematic.
The process should be that the sustainable transport hierarchy is central to this, and there are pedestrian impacts that, the word in the traffic resolution is a pedestrian impact, so that could be a reality here. So that must be the Waka Kotahi guidance must be followed. Now, it's not regulations or rules, it's guidance, but it hasn't been followed on either of those, on the shared paths aspect here. And what is to be consulted on needs to be the same at the end of the consultation as it was at the beginning of the consultation, because otherwise people will be submitting on something that isn't actually the final version. And it is the fact that there were 10 pages added to the traffic resolution is significant in itself. It started off at 56 pages and ended at 66 pages.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Free, last question.
Yeah, I just wonder if a way through this might be for us to maybe, if some sort of resolution that directs officers to continue to look at a better solution there. Would you be comforted by that?
Absolutely, because as I said at the start and at the end, we want this to proceed. We want a city that's better for cyclists. And I'm sorry, there's always a but not more dangerous for pedestrians, which is what parts of this are saying.
So am I correct in thinking that you feel as if it hasn't been properly really looked at enough to exclude a better solution?
If it goes through due process, well, I think people will be prepared to suck it up, whatever comes out of the due process. But when there hasn't been due process, there's always a scope for argument.
Okay, I think that's clear.
Thank you. Great submission, so we will take some action on that.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Right, Catriona McBean from D Sport. You're familiar to us. Welcome. Thank you very much for coming along.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to present to you all again. Look, I just want to raise a few issues with the council about this proposal. I mean, you've had very thorough feedback from previous presenter, and unfortunately I didn't get to catch the stuff this morning about disability, but from our perspective as an organisation who works with people with disabilities and predominantly physical impairments, so they do have mobility issues. The whole issue around cycleways, as two people back said, is quite vexed. And I'll just bring to your attention this lovely little diagram which was in your, I don't know if you can see it. It's got a bus, it's got a bike, it's got a scooter, and it's got a person. And it says here that the Newtown to City connection is opening up our streets for people of all ages and abilities. So I would challenge you initially is, where's the mobility person in this picture? Because what's happened, was what's happening, and what continues to happen is people with disabilities are excluded from consideration right from the beginning. And so all the rhetoric the councils say about abilities, people being able to do this for everyone, actually is about people who are able-bodied. It's not people who are not able-bodied, people who are in wheelchairs, people who use walkers, people who are unable to walk long distances, elderly people, and also probably people like mums with kids in prams. So the whole framework is premised on ability. So really what we're seeing is that with cycleways, this is accentuated even further. So the latest Sport New Zealand Act of New Zealand changes, which they reviewed last year, and sure, there's some differences in previous years because COVID has had an impact and changed the way we live our lives. But what they said is 14% of people in Wellington cycle. And they're predominantly they are able-bodied, European, male, 36 to 64, have teenage children and come from low deprivation areas. That's not my community at all. It doesn't reflect my community. 1 in 4 people in New Zealand identify as disabled, and we know that they come predominantly, are likely to come from more high deprivation areas, definitely not going to be as abled. They're going to be across ethnic communities, they're going to be across all ages and abilities. So for us, the issue around cycleways and the design, as Mike alluded to previously, is that it's privileging a group who are already privileged in our society. So, providing the opportunities for those who already can to do more is happening at the expense of people who currently have very little opportunity and they're going to get nothing less. So with the example recently of the new cycleway between the city and the Botanic Gardens, I did actually read that report, it said there's no impact on mobility parks. And the impact of removing all those car parks was essentially zero for mobility parks. And the reason was there were no mobility parks, right? So the premise that you're starting with on these decisions, I hate to say, is fundamentally flawed, because it's not saying, are these actually, what we're currently providing, is that providing for the community at large as we need it now? Yes, no. And if no, what are the changes we're going to do, we bring in, going to affect those communities even further? So I'll bring to your attention, and I love printing this out, the Accessible Wellington Journey. You guys agreed to this in 2019. And you're not standing by it. You're not adhering to it and to the principles of it, right? So, you're acknowledging in this plan, in the journey, that it's difficult for people. And you acknowledge that mobility is one of the biggest issues with people with disabilities. Yet, you have a plan to bring cycleways in that don't even acknowledge these people, that don't even acknowledge my community that I work with. So, as a council, the documentations that you're presenting, the rhetoric and the discourse that you're providing to the community is best said as ableist. Or possibly, actually, I'll be, as I'm now learning, enlightened ableism. You're saying one thing, yet you're doing the contrary. So while the council's trying to acknowledge the issues of people with disabilities through things like the accessible journeys and with your accessibility advisory group, the actions you're actually doing is just making people's lives more difficult. So as an example, I drove around Oriental Bay recently, and there's about 2 kilometres of space of shared pathway, so we're talking about shared pathway, that's people who have mobility issues can't access because they can't park anywhere because of the way the roads are designed. So we go back to road design, it's an issue. But just as an example for you, if you're driving in a mobility van, so a lot of my members have vans because they can't use public transport because they don't live nearby. Buses drive, we've had examples of buses driving past people in wheelchairs, waiting at bus stops. So the bus will just drive past. People use and need to use vehicles. So my community don't choose to, they need to, right? If they choose to go around Point Jerningham, they can't park anywhere because there's no parks for them. There's nowhere for them to park. But if they were able to park, because of the way vehicles are designed, some of them have ramps on the side, they'd have to park on the western side of the road facing south, so on the wrong side of the road, to let their ramp down. And as they do so, the cars heading north are likely to hit them because the road's space. Now, if they are lucky enough to get off the ramp and get across the road, they can't get up on the footpath because the footpath's died. Oh, they can't get up there. So the design that we're doing of all this infrastructure for certain privileged group who have opportunities already is just marginalising people who currently have very few. And in fact, we're excluding them. So I don't think it's intentional, you know. We're not going, we are going to do this, but it is happening. And it's happening without people realising. So that's really what I'm here today to just, you know, bring to your attention that things are happening, those unintended consequences are happening, actually have really big consequences on some other parts of the community. And that community is some of the people who I represent. So I'm happy to take any questions. If anyone has any questions?
Thanks. Yeah, we've got a few. Can I just start off by asking, because look, I've talked to Cycle Wellington, Trails Wellington about access for disabled people on bikes, and there is definitely some work going on there. So I guess I'm just, and the council's starting to think about it too on our tracks. And there's obviously a big range of disability or disabilities. So I just wondering what your thinking is around, like that some disabled people may want to bike, and then do we help that? And then are there some design things we can do to make it better for people who do find the road environment tricky, like, with the bus stops? We've had a lot of feedback about them.
People have varying impairments, and they're disabled by the decisions we make in society, right? Yep. So, yes, there are a lot of disabled people in Wellington. In terms of tracks, the people that I work with, they wouldn't be going on mountain bike tracks or off-road tracks. They can't physically do that. They don't have the strength, perhaps. If they have the strength and will, they might not have the finances to buy, a $10,000 e-bike, right? So when we do go cycling, we go the Waikanai Cycleway, or we go the Hutt River Trail. It's flat, it's wide. We can park at different points, pick up drop-offs. Waikanai's great. There's a cafe we can go to and come back. So it becomes an event. But, I know very few of our members who cycle for commuting. We have had Paralympic and world champions who are our members, but that's work. That was their work. And a lot of them still went up the Kapiti Coast to train because, they found it too dangerous here. Yep. So, yes, we'd love to be able to working with these groups. I'd love for them to reach out and help. But, it's I don't know if there's going to be one solution that fits all. I doubt it.
Probably not. Right, Councillor Matthews, then Deputy Mayor Free, and then Councillor O'Neill.
Oh. Kia ora, and thank you for the submission. I just wanted to ask, because you seem to be framing your submission as that building cycleways was inherently ableist, and I just want to clarify that, because that's not something I've heard, for example, in our accessibility advisory group or in any of the other discussions I've had with disabled people. It's been more about how do we work through this to ensure that, when we make changes, we make things better. We do add in mobility car parks, for example, which my understanding is we did with that the Thorndon cycleway, that we added extra mobility parks. So yeah, are building cycleways, is that inherently ableist in your view?
If it is at the expense of the disabled community, it is.
What does that mean?
It means if you're precluding a cohort of the community from accessing spaces to allow another group to access spaces that they already have access to, then by inference it is ableist, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thanks, Rebecca. Is there a question in the Mayor's meeting room as well? There is. Do you want to ask your question?
Ours was similar to, or mine was similar to Councillor Matthews. I guess I have to ask, how do you know that those two groups are mutually exclusive, you know, cyclists and disabled people? Because my understanding is there are heaps of disabled people that are able to ride a bike, and there are heaps of people who are disabled, like myself, who would like to ride a bike but simply can't because of the lack of infrastructure that there is at the moment.
I don't disagree that there's people with impairments who want to ride a bike, or who do ride a bike. I know lots of them. What I am saying is that the design of the cycleways and the way they are being implemented is putting up further barriers for people to access spaces. So if you are unable to go to a place because there is no car parking, because you can't use public transport, you are barred from going to that place that is, ableist. I mean, it'd be great if we had a community of people who were able to participate in every aspect of their life without impacting on other people's abilities to access their life and participate in their life. But at the moment, I think one of the previous presenters said there is a bit of a them and us going on. And, you know, I feel that the issues around recognising, acknowledging some of those, you know, unconscious consequences needs to be raised.
All right, thank you. We are running well over time. Did you just have a quick question?
Probably similar. I mean, do you accept, you said the cyclists are male, aged between 36 and something or other, they're white, and you said they were privileged. But do you accept that the reason we're putting in better cycling infrastructure is actually so we can broaden that group and cater to those people that currently maybe actually less privileged but do want to ride a bike?
I ride a bike.
That's why we're putting in better infrastructure.
And I don't know whether having a cycleway would encourage me more. I know what would encourage me more is having showers in buildings where I worked, so I can have a shower and change. So I think it's not as simple if we do A equals B. I think there's far more complexity in that. I mean, that's the argument that has been presented, that there is, you know, providing those opportunities will enable more people to cycle. I suppose the question is that, you know, according to Stats New Zealand, the population's going to age. So are we just going to have more people, older people in the community who don't use the infrastructure? I don't know. It's not something that I can answer. But, you know, I don't want to see the group that I work with not being able to access areas in the city because other people are getting more access.
And I guess the other question is, do you have any like design guides? Because I accept your point that there's a lot of different kinds of mobility vehicles that need different types of parking arrangements. So I don't know, is there some way that staff haven't already that they can get design so they can make sure we do cater for a variety of these?
To be honest, I don't know. I mean, I haven't seen anything here in the country.
Okay.
But there might be some examples.
Because we're certainly committed to trying to put in good disability parking so people can access the facilities we provide.
But in disability park, to be able to park in a mobility car park, you need to have a mobility sticker. You have to have been assessed and been verified that you need this parking access. There's lots of people in the community who need access who don't have that. So, and that's why I said, you know, there are other people who will be impacted by the removal of car parks or the change in design. It's not just people who you and I might identify as disabled. There's, you know, a whole range of people in the community.
All right. Well, thank you very much for coming in. We've had a good discussion there. We'll be thinking further.
Thank you.
Thank you, about meeting the needs of disabled people. Right, apologies everyone. And look, councillors who are in the Mayor's meeting room, feel free to come and join us in chambers if you wish, but you may just want to stay there. I see you've finished yours. Bartlett Pavel, are you there? And I hope I got that pronunciation correct.
Both were wrong.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Name and the surname. Anyway, just let me get my notes.
You've got plenty of time. It's all good.
Yeah. Thank you all for spending this time to listen to us, general public, after a few court cases and that. Now, the safety of the cyclist and the motorist, as well as the environment impact of all these things are very important. Safety of the cyclist in a way that the way this, just give you one example. The Rediford Street bicycle lane, which is temporary, but the way it has been designed, I don't personally believe that the cyclists are safe there, because when from the traffic light from the hospital, if any motorists want to turn on the left, they have to directly cross the path with the cyclist. If cyclist coming with certain speed or the motorist going with a certain speed, it will be very hard to stop for them, either of them. And it's accident to be waiting at the moment, right now. And that sort of design does not create only the safety issue, but at the same time, the environment impact too. In a way that, because that area has become just one lane for the motorist, it has created so much traffic there, especially in the morning and afternoon. I travel through that road every single day, and because of that traffic, there is so much pollution, extra pollution created, that affecting the environment. So it's all about this design process. The bad design can impact different way. It's safety, environment, as well as the image of the city. Like Island Way Parade, the way it has been designed is horrendous. It's on that, there is, I think, 18 inches wide concrete barrier there between the cyclist and the motor car parks. Now, those barrier could be put, instead of that, if city had decided to put just the wooden boxes, which is not 18-inch wide, and put some plant in it, and it could look a lot better, it could help environment too. But no, council decided to put the barrier there. Another thing on my list is this 24/7 bus lane on Adelaide Road and Rediford Street. With that bus lane, is it going to use 24/7? It can be shared. It can be shared by the bus lane can be shared by cyclists, the car people, and the bus lane, except certain time like 7 to 9 in the morning and 4 to 6 in afternoon. And so far, the whole system has been working very well. When the system is not broken, what's the requirement to change that? It is working at the moment. By doing this new cycle lane and the bus lane, dedicated bus lane, all the businesses there are going to lose the parking. Now, if businesses lose the parking, obviously business will lose customers too. And when customers lose the parking, there is no business. If there is no business, then who is going to pay the rates? Those businesses are paying rates, and that should be taken into consideration. And this is only, I'm speaking myself, I'm not representing anybody, but there are a lot of people outside who are not particularly happy with this type of design. Yes, we all want to put our bits towards the safety, environment, and everything, but at the same time, we have to look at just the general public and say what they wanted, how they wanted. Consultation process, which never been done before, now it's doing. So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Lovely, thank you, councillors. Any questions? No, seems to be very clear. Thank you very much for coming in. We really appreciate it. Right, and Georgina Guscott, welcome to you. Sorry that we're running a bit behind, everyone.
Oh, well, I promised to be quick.
No, it's all good. You've got the 5 minutes.
Right, well, thank you for having me along. I am here to talk about e-scooters. I mean, you know, they're continually more and more common across the city. You know, you guys have put in the pay ones, but, you know, more and more people are using the e-scooters. And so I would just like to say wholeheartedly that I support very much you know, a new bike lane through this route. I think it's really important. If you ride an e-scooter through that route at the moment, you know, you have a choice of whether or not you ride on the road like a bike, which is probably dangerous from a traffic perspective. I mean, I find cycling terrifying in this city anyway. And if you're on the footpath, it's not just, you know, dodging pedestrians and trying to be polite and making sure that you don't run into any of them if one of them suddenly moves sideways. I mean, you know, that's important to do, but not that everybody's as careful as they should be. But it's also the up and down of pavements. I mean, I'm sure you guys probably hear about that stuff a lot from the disability crew as well. But because e-scooters have small wheels, when there's a big drop-off and when there's or when it's very steep when you're coming off a curb, it's quite dangerous. And I'm not sure that a lot of new e-scooter riders realise that if they take those too fast, smack off. So it's just, you know, so I'm really, really supportive of cycleways in general. I think it's a great idea. I think as we see more and more e-scooters around the place, as well as e-bikes, I think it's brilliant. And I think, you know, for the youth coming through, it will make a really big difference, and I think it will be great for pedestrians too. I certainly have plenty of complaints about people who feel that it is a danger on the footpath to have those e-scooters there. So if we can take them off the footpath, then safety is increased. Does anyone have any questions?
Any questions? No, except I think we... Oh, sorry.
Just quickly, just assuming you are an e-scooter rider. Great. And how long have you been riding for?
Not that long.
Right.
I'm relatively new to it. And, you know, I mean, I used the pay ones on the waterfront and things before, and I thought, this is great. Yep. Maybe it will help me with my commute. But actually, because of the way that the city is designed at the moment, it's not great for my commute. Because... you know, there's all this up and down, and it feels quite dangerous. So, you know, if I can get down, I live in Mount Victoria near the Basin Reserve. Yep. If I can get down onto a cycleway that can get me onto the waterfront really quickly and easily on an e-scooter, then it will improve my commute.
Great.
Very much.
And can I just ask, during this conversation, people have said that they felt the e-scooter hadn't been included. How do you, by reading this, do you feel like you are included as an active transport mode?
I mean, you know, arguably you could say, I mean, is an e-scooter, because it is mostly electronic, is it really an active transport mode? I mean, you know, like, I think there's probably a little bit of yes, a little bit of no. Depends on whether your e-scooter goes up a hill or not. But I didn't feel like they were particularly well included in this zone. But I can also understand that as a relatively new mode of transport, it's a new type of thing to be thinking about. So, you know, I can accept that.
So then just one more question. You do feel good about being included in the cycleway opportunity as a safety, like you feel comfortable that you can go in that zone?
I'm very happy with it. I've used the bit in front of the hospital when I go down to the Newtown shops.
Great.
I expect that with better cycleways through all of that. I'll spend a lot more time in Newtown at my favourite little bookshop opposite the hospital, and at that cute little curios shop and things. I mean, I'm going to spend more time in Newtown.
Cool.
Probably.
Okay. No, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. We're all in agreement with you, I think, so that's super helpful. Thank you very much. Lovely. Right, Umala, welcome back. A personal submission this time. Thank you.
Okay. So my name is Āmua Labana, as you know. Thank you for allowing me to address you this afternoon. These are my personal feelings, observations as a representative of my family, their values and beliefs, and how being part of an ethnic community and as a small business owner, how this little enterprise built through hard work over many years allows them to connect with the community in a positive way. It gives my dad and I a purpose and a need to be part of this diverse community. It is a joy to deliver a 7-day-a-week service to our regular customers when there's no COVID, who feel comfortable in our space and the choice that it gives them. Although I was born and educated in Wellington and have a strong Kiwi value, I cannot dismiss my cultural heritage and the security, love and understanding that our extended family, friends and businesses provide. That said, it comes with challenges for many who are not New Zealand born. Why would you, as an elected representative, want to destroy this well-established shopping hub through a diverse and poorly thought-through policy for providing cycleways? Many of the ethnic communities will be disconnected from what is now a comfortable area for them to live, shop, and educate their children at local schools. This proposal also compounds difficulty for many Wellingtonians seeking medical help and medical interventions, e.g. imaging and blood testing. Many of these people seeking medical help have walking difficulties. It's difficult for them getting out of a car on level road, but it is absurd to exit a car on an incline, which is proposed. The present cycleway prevents patients, their caregivers and family from accessing these facilities from a level access. I could give you countless examples, but it doesn't justify me saying that here, and I'm actually glad that an earlier speaker brought the disability component to the discussion, because surely this policy hasn't thought about it. I can assure you that people that have been distressed because of the extra effort needed to access these facilities. You don't realise this. Cyclists wouldn't realise it. They're mobile. The sheer fact that cycle and cars are having to traverse traffic to get to Main Street is another absurdity of the proposal. The economic carnage that will ensue will see the character nature of Newtown and many of its character buildings become vacant and unkempt, buildings which are compounded even in new modern buildings. I ask you sincerely that the Council stops the provision of the cycleway and reviews how a safe and functional alternative can be provided without creating social, economic and cultural carnage in this community. For sure, that will ensue as this policy is not reviewed. There are always solutions to difficult problems, so let's openly engage and come up with an alternative design that provides a win-win outcome for Newtown community and the cyclists in our city. I'll say it again, I am a cyclist. I am and have a disability, but I don't have a mobile certificate to go and park on a mobility car park. There are a lot of Wellingtonians in this position and have been excluded from your solution. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Umala. Councillors, any questions on top of what we've asked this morning?
Well, this isn't about this morning.
Oh, I know. Just
So don't
Councillor Pennant?
dismiss the disability.
yes, Councillor Calvert. Question from you.
Thank you. And obviously I wasn't here. I was in the other session this morning. So excuse me if this question may have already been asked. But just really, Umala, what's your views on how the extent of time that you had to actually engage with on the design of the cycleway?
Well, the answer to that is that we weren't consulted initially, and that's why we ended up in the interim injunction. It would have proved itself if we had gone to court. Secondly, we had a second opportunity for consultation. Nobody turned up. Nobody even asked the question. Yet they spoke about Kent and Cambridge Terrace. The carnage is actually happening in Newtown, but nobody turned up. When I asked the question at the Kent and Cambridge Terrace meeting, what's the solution for Newtown, I was told there is none. And that was the end of the discussion. That's a whole 10 seconds or probably 5 seconds to say that. There is none. But my problem is that I think about the wider community, not just the cyclists. I think about the disabled. I think about the people that are in between disabled and abled. And this design policy hasn't even given thought to that. And I was quite sad listening to the earlier speakers talking about it. This council hasn't been inclusive.
Thank you.
Right. Any other questions? Thank you, Urmila. And again, I appreciate your very detailed submissions.
Thank you.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Right. Now, Catherine Hutchinson and Sophia Servos are not coming anymore. And we're going to have Micah Herville and Rain Aldridge speaking together. Warm welcome to you both.
Good afternoon. I'm Mika. This is my flatmate Rain.
Hi.
Hi.
So we want to talk to you a bit about our perspective as students and some of the thoughts that we have around your plan. I think an initial good starting point is to talk about cycling and the cycleways. So I personally am a cyclist and really do enjoy cycling. I'm from Nelson originally, and Nelson is quite a safe place to cycle around because there's not as many cars, there's less congestion, and the roads are not as narrow. And I think that increasing the cycling infrastructure here in Wellington is really cool and is a really good step in the right direction. So I really want to commend you all for that. I also wanted to say that when I was at the Newtown Market recently, I had a great conversation with Alex and Trish, two of your staff members, and we had a bit of a discussion about a multimodal transport system, I think it's called. And I think there's some real opportunity for improvements to be made there with things like putting bike racks on buses so that it's very easy to transition from one mode of transport to another, and really incentivizing and making it really easy for climate-friendly transport to be a really viable option.
One of the reasons we're here is because we go to the Newtown Market every Saturday for our shopping as a flat, and we take the bus. We use the bus service every time because we live in Kelburn at the uni and we go down. We really support improvements being made to public transport along this route in general, and are really pleased to see some of that in this plan. Would love to see the council work on putting some of the road infrastructure required for better public transport and work with Greater Wellington Regional Council to get more buses and routes. From Kelburn to Newtown, there is a bus that only goes once an hour, which means that if we miss one of the buses, we're stuck there for 2 hours to get our vegetables home, which kind of sucks. Greater Wellington Regional Council is clearly keen to improve public transport as well, as we've recently seen them implement a policy to reduce off-peak fares by 50% starting next year. Having both councils working towards public transport solutions is awesome, and we're really supportive of you all improving our public transport network. It's particularly important for us as students on low incomes who cannot afford a car and rely heavily on public transport to get around.
Another thing we want to highlight is the sort of like ubiquitous umbrella of climate change and the climate crisis, which I'm very glad to see that you've acknowledged. I think in 2019, one of the first councils in the country. And that is a massive thing, and having that as core and central to how we plan our transport system going forward is really key. I think I particularly want to highlight the sort of existential anxiety that I'm sure you all feel, but as students, I think, and as the younger generation, it's particularly prevalent. And seeing elected officials and decision makers making decisions with that in mind and tackling some of those issues is really awesome. And I just really want to, say that's really cool, and we really appreciate some of that. I also wanted to address this narrative that we sometimes see of no parking is bad for business, get rid of the parks, and the businesses will suffer. So my family is originally from Berlin in Germany, and in Berlin they've done some efforts to pedestrianize certain parts of the CBD there, and that has been amazing for the local businesses. I think there's lots of research internationally, which I'm sure you're all aware of and have looked at, that shows that improving our public transport system with cycleways and with bus routes is really good for our local businesses. And also, in terms of how we want to plan our transport system going forward, keeping in mind that we have declared a climate emergency and we're facing a climate crisis, prioritising road space for active modes of transport and public transport over private vehicles is really key. Now, I think the one caveat there, which is really important, and I'm glad to see lots of other speakers who can speak to it far better than I can have already highlighted, is accessibility car parks, and keeping that in mind is really important as well. I've done a lot of work with a campaign called Free Fares, and that's been something that's come up a lot, and we've had a lot of engagement with people with disabilities, and that's been something that's been really key in our thinking around public transport and how we campaign for that. And so I think that's great to see and great to keep in mind for you guys as well, and how you plan transport policies going forward. Also, having that chat at the Newtown Market with Alex and Trish, they were highlighting some of the modelling that you guys have done around an increase of population of some 80,000 people over the next 30 years. And that, I think, really, even as a young person, gets you thinking, 30 years from now, those could be some of my children in that population increase. And I'd really like my children to be able to get to school and just, like, around without being run over or hit by a car. That is really cool. And having that in mind, I think, for myself, and seeing that reflected in some of your policies is really heartening. So, yeah, thank you for that. I also just wanted to do a quick shout out to Alex and Trish and Heidi. It's been awesome engaging with you guys. It's been really easy and really great. I think often something like this can be quite intimidating. Last year I came to a workshop where it was just like a couple of councillors, a couple of people, tea and biscuits. It was brilliant. I'd love to see more stuff like that, and that sort of relational democratic engagement as opposed to just like me speaking at you and then you responding. So if that's on the cards for future oral submissions, that would be really awesome. Yeah, we're happy to take any questions.
Yeah, we do forum, but good feedback. And thank you for the work that you're doing on free fares. It's very important. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you for mentioning Trish and Alex. We've had some criticism today from submitters saying no one ever shows up, or this understanding this project hasn't been accessible. Could you just talk a little bit about the engagement that you've had either with this traffic resolution or the Innovating Streets project, or how you found talking with the council on this issue?
Yeah, so I think generally if you have a lot of spare time and you're invested, you can find things out and do submissions and stuff, particularly if you happen to like accidentally run into Alex and Trish at the Saturday Newtown Market. That makes it really easy. But I think it is definitely worth pointing out that for students, a lot of them have come from outside of Wellington, a lot of them don't know all of the processes here, or aren't engaged enough because there's lots of other stuff going on. Particularly, I was also looking into the district plan, I think, that you guys are doing, which there's a like 36-page document called Understanding the District Plan that I have to read to understand the district plan, which is quite inaccessible for students and people who don't have the time to do that. So in some sense, because this is quite a like specific localized issue of one sort of series of transport changes in one area, that can be maybe easier, but still not necessarily super easy for everyone. And something like the district plan then adds a whole nother level of complexity. And I think you're right to highlight that. Sometimes engagement can be quite difficult and make it quite inaccessible. And you probably know that based on who you hear from regularly and who you don't. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for coming in. Come back. And we will have some more biscuits and coffee. It sounds, yeah, that's the way to do it, isn't it? Right, now I'd like to welcome Phil de Favero. A warm welcome to you.
Hi, thank you for inviting me to come and present to you. The submission I made was fairly brief, and I'll just speak briefly to a couple of points around it. I've been a resident in Wellington since about 1980 and lived pretty much all the time in the southern suburbs, so I'm very familiar with the area. I'm also a keen walker, do a lot of walking around the suburbs, so I'm very familiar with the streets and roads, etc. I actually oppose the cycleway, and even though I've been a keen cyclist in the past, the reason I do, because I think it's not affordable. I think the council has a lot of issues around finance and funding of key infrastructure, and we're spending money on something that's a nice to have, but we're neglecting a lot of key issues. Water, sewage, key issues which affect the environment, affect the way that 100% of the people that live in the city. Whereas the cycleways is only really going to affect a very, very low percentage. It will provide facilities for them, but neglecting other facilities where, which affect the whole population. I think if we really want to be keen on improving the environment, and I certainly am, very support all action we can against climate change, both do it in my own personal life and also by the fact the way that I use public transport. We should be improving public transport. We should be improving access to it, and that will get vehicles off the road. Cycleways are not going to get a lot of vehicles off the road. We should be doing improvements in our parks and other facilities. Things like that should take priority, which allow people to get access outdoors and to improve their health and to improve the environment. I mean, we see there's going to be something like about $226 million being budgeted for or put aside. But really, how realistic is that? We've seen all the increases and changes just in the Island Bay process. Okay, when I've read all the documents that have been available, I've seen nothing there about the whole life costing. What's it going to cost the council in the future? What are the maintenance costs going to be? Not just the cycle roads, and people say, oh, they're going to be very low maintenance. But what about the actual roading infrastructure itself? There's nothing in there. I don't know whether anyone's done any whole of life costing. You know, increase, we're going to go from 2 lanes to 1 lane. So all that traffic usage, because the cars aren't going to reduce, not in the immediate future, is going to go to 1 lane. So you're going to be doing road maintenance a lot more, you're going to be blocking off roads a lot more. Where's that been accounted for in the dollar spend? I just see yesterday that they've announced the Island Bay to City route has been, funding has been approved of that. 90% of it's going to be government funded, so they say. But how do we know that? I thought the design was still up for consultation. I mean, where does the figure of 90% come from? Is it just another pie in the sky figure? Also noted where the designated route, whether it was previously designated for the same route, a lot of car parks are going to be going from that route. How's it going to affect the people who live there, who I walk past every day, who have street side parking? They don't have off-street parking. Their houses are going to get devalued. I mean, is the council going to compensate businesses and people there when they can no longer use the facilities where they've lived there for 30, 40, 50 years? I see no mention about that in any of these plans. I mean, I could be missing it, but I certainly see no mention about it. The previous speakers spoke about people, or disabled people access. I've personally seen it as I've walked down there since the cycleway is there. Elderly people trying to get out of vehicles to go to the blood centre because they used to be able to park on the roadside and just walk out and get into there. They can't do it. People going to hospitals or the Cancer Society. This is a real issue which people seem to ignore. Oh, we'll put a cycleway down there. We won't worry about these issues, but they are there. I walk down that street nearly every day and I see things like that. I mean, emergency services is another issue. I mean, within the last 2 weeks, I've seen a couple of fire engine call-outs from Newtown Fire Station. They got stuck in this top part of Newtown because the traffic had banked all the way up past the hospital because it's a single lane now. The people down at the hospital end don't know they have to pull over to let the fire engines through. They were stuck there for maybe 90 seconds. Now, it's 90 seconds of vital time with sitting there with their sirens blaring, trying to get through the traffic because they can't get through the traffic because it's just been gridlocked. This is in the middle of the day. Imagine what it'd be like in peak traffic. When you're removing car parks from there, and particularly when the new park comes through from Island Bay, how are people going to get services? How are tradespeople going to get in and access people's houses? There's going to be nowhere to park. All these costs are going to add up, and all these costs are going to eventually devalue people's homes. So I think access is another issue which has not been addressed by this. For tradespeople, for people with disability, and for older people. That is going to be a key issue. So I've got a few other points which I could raise, and I didn't put that in my submission, but really they're the two things I really want to focus on. I don't think it's affordable for the city. I think we've got our priorities wrong. Okay, if we want to improve the environment, let's start with sewage and water. Two key things to living in this city, and they're being neglected. Well, from my perspective as a ratepayer, they've certainly been neglected.
Thank you very much. Councillor Condi's got a question for you.
Thanks, Phil, for coming in. Really appreciate it, and appreciate your concern about rates and affordability. I guess, for my question for you is, do you think that for those who want to cycle as a way to reduce their emissions, should they be able to choose to do that and to be safe when they choose to do that?
Bit of a loaded question there.
It is,
and the answer is yes. Everyone should feel safe. But I think a lot of cyclists these days, when I was doing a lot of cycling, it was on 10 speed, which is still in my garage actually, but a lot of people have got e-bikes now. And the reality is the traffic's so slow anyway around these areas. E-bikes go faster than the cars. So in a lot of cases, if you're cycling, you can most probably travel quite safely within the car lanes. I mean, I used to bike from Newtown to Petone each day. Long time ago, but yeah, I did it regularly, and I made sure I did it safely. I was wearing high-vis before high-vis was even available in the shops because I made my own. But the reality is, if you're a cyclist, yeah, it's the same as being a motorcyclist or whatever. You have to be aware of it, and I'm not saying that it's easy for them, but they're just like another road user. It's like a pedestrian. You've got to be you're careful when you cross the road. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Was there a question in the Mayor's room?
No, decided not to. Thank you.
Okay, right. Well, thank you very much and giving your perspective. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Right, River Wicks, apologies that we are running a bit behind, but
I was happy that.
Phew. Okay, that makes me feel better. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm serving dinner, whole family. I got several generations. And we've got steak, peas, mashed potato, and I'm dishing it out on all my plates, and I say everybody gets this much steak, this much potatoes, and this much peas, and then someone says, oh, well, I don't eat that much, I don't need. Can you serve me up a smaller plate? And I go, you don't get special treatment. You're getting your steak, you're getting your peas, mashed potatoes. Someone says, I'm a vegetarian. I don't even eat steak. And I go, well, that's too bad, I'm not going to go out and buy a can of chickpeas for you. You're going to eat your steak. And I start serving out all the meals. Everyone gets exactly the same thing. And at the end, I realise, oh, God, I don't have enough to go around. And then at the end of this, we're scraping all this perfectly good food straight into the trash because we've not served a meal that meets everybody's needs. And that's car dependency, is that we've said everybody got to drive. You've all got to drive. And so people who don't need to drive. Well, so they're compelled to because, well, I would have scooted here today, but I value my life more than any motorist will. And there's something that's missing in this discussion as well is that these places, they're not just transport corridors. They're places that people exist in. I'm in Newtown several times a month. I used to work in Newtown. Every time I'm in Newtown, I have these plans. I'll go to my appointment, and then I'll go to, this shop and the other shop, and then I step out onto the street after my appointment and I'm like, I need to get out of here. It's just the sound of engines, the sound of tires against the road. It's extremely overwhelming. And so you can make it as easy as possible to drive, and it's just going to make those spaces worse to be in. As for parking, I know you are collecting information about who parks, how long people are parking in town. I was one of the people hired to do some of that data collection. And what I found is that most of the spots, even the P10s, are full of, it's the same car there all day. I did several loops all around town, several days, and you find that it's cars parked there, and I'm going, why in Newtown are people compelled to own cars? Their transport needs are obviously not being met if they feel that they have to own. Newtown is so central. It's connected right up with the city. You know, it's the kind of place that is perfect for really that if you want to live a car-free lifestyle that you should be able to. And so, you know, as for business parking, well, if there's always the same car parked in front of these businesses all of the time, then it's not exactly like you have a bunch of parking available for people to drive up. I've got my notes. You know, I think the more that you do to make driving better, you know, it's induced demand. I'm sure we've all heard the term induced demand, and that if you add lanes and you do all this, you make, you know, if you got one lane of traffic and then you add another lane, suddenly people go, oh sweet, well I can fill up that lane. This fire engine, if it had been in front of if it had two lanes, it would have been sitting behind two lanes of traffic and not one lane of traffic. And people, I can't really speak to the disabled experience. Most of the time I'm pretty able, but I wonder why disabled people, why elderly people only seem to matter when they can drive. We don't seem to care about people whose disabilities prevent them from being able to drive. And we don't think about children. Children cannot drive. Children, you know, should be able to have their independence and mobility. And I don't want to do the same thing that I feel is going on here and using disabled people as sort of a shield against you know, criticisms of what I'm and speaking in favour of. But sorry. It's, you know, it's the elephant in the room when you're talking about disabled people, when you're talking about elderly people, that not all of them can drive. In the latter years of my grandfather's life, you know, he was driving over traffic islands. You know, I think it was he crashed into a building at one point, and we said, well, you're not getting your keys anymore. And my grandparents sat in that house by themselves, no transport, no way to get around and go see all the other old Greeks around town, and they just sat in that sad old house by themselves. And that's the future. We're getting older. And not if you are able-bodied now, you may not be able-bodied in the future. And we can't have, and this goes for housing, but that's a whole other tangent, that we can't have a society built on the assumption that people are able-bodied or that they are disabled in a certain way, that they have certain, that you know, everybody who is disabled in a unique way. And I've heard from people who go, well, I can't drive, but I can cycle. I can get my custom-fitted bike that lets me get around. And for you know, we're talking about traffic filtering. Do you expect children to, with these giant SUVs that everybody's driving around now, that we're just going to let, oh yeah, just weave in between the cars? Have you seen that video of they lined up 12 kids in a row in front of these trucks that everybody's driving now, and it wasn't until the 13th child that you could see them. And that's, I mean, that's a whole other discussion, but it's kind of a scary vision of the future.
River, so we've run out of time, so if you could just make your last points, just in case someone's got a question.
They were kind of, I had a bunch of little points that don't really matter, but
great.
Happy to take questions.
No, that was very illustrative. Thank you very much. Any questions, councillors? I guess, can I just quickly ask you, we've just sort of, have you got any thinking about how you sort of navigate between different users, so people, disabled people getting on and off the bus, and the cyclists needing to get through safely as well?
Yeah, I sometimes feel like the cycleways that we put up, it's almost like an inside job, that they've been designed to stir up animosity, because a lot of the time I look at them and I go, cyclists didn't ask for this. It sort of feels like someone's gone like, and you know, it's almost like when when the government doesn't want something to exist, so they defund it, then they go, look at how poorly it's doing, let's get rid of it. And it feels like, let's put up the worst, most hostile cycleways that we can, and then go, look at cycleways, look at how bad they are. And that's, I don't know what the solution is with these bus stops. It's an odd decision, but I also say we shouldn't let perfect be the enemy of good.
That's right, we're all trying the best, and the officers have done a lot of work. All right, well, look, thank you so much for coming in. Your story at the beginning was very helpful. Right, thank you very much. Now, sorry, councillors, we were supposed to be finishing at 3:20, but just running a bit over time, and Sophia is now able to come back. So, and I know Laurie has to leave, but could I just extend the meeting by 5 more minutes, because at 3:30... Yeah, Ryan. Yep.
Yep, 5 minutes only.
5 minutes only. 5 minutes only. All right. Okay. Can I have you can be the seconder, Councillor Paul. If we can just raise our hands, please. Okay. Looks unanimous. Great. Thank you. Right, Ryan. Apologies. We're getting there. I'm switched on bikes.
Kia ora koutou. I timed my speech before and it was 3 minutes and not 10, so maybe that might help some people.
That's fantastic. Thank you.
I run Switched On Bikes based down on the Wellington waterfront. We hire bikes to visitors to Wellington, and for locals we run an e-bike leasing program. In summertime we have about 8 staff working down there, and we've been operating since 2015. I did say that I was going to be the last on the list, but it looks like I'm not. So I just wanted to say thank you for listening to everybody today. And what I'm going to talk about is I suppose kind of higher level possibly, and I don't get into the detail. Essentially, I would like to voice my support for the council's plan to make a safe route from Newtown to the city. I lived in Island Bay and Newtown from 2011 to 2019 and biked to the city and back most days during that period. I'm an experienced rider, and over that time I've had a fair few close calls on that route, so it's kind of close to my heart as well. This plan, I think, will make biking to and from the city safe, and it will encourage more people to do so. More people to ride bikes, especially if the whole route is continuous for people on bikes, and that they're separated as much as possible from cars, trucks and buses. I would also like to say that it's I really appreciate the idea of putting something in and then changing it if required. I think that when you put something in and it's there forever, it's really tough. But if people can ride it, when people can drive by it and give feedback for it to change in the future, that's excellent. Our e-bike leasing program offers locals a sustainable way to commute to work. So we've addressed the upfront cost barrier to commuting by electric bike, and our batteries help with the hills and the wind. So the biggest barrier to getting more people riding is providing safe routes to get from home to work and back again. Last year, I participated in a sustainable tourism pilot project run by Wellington NZ and Tourism Industry Aotearoa. Alongside 9 other businesses, we worked to make our businesses greener and contribute to the greater goal of making Wellington famous for being a sustainable destination. Resulting from that program, our business is now certified climate positive, and the program is onto a second cohort. One of the mentors to that program was Amy from the Wellington Zoo, and the Wellington Zoo are really leaders in tourism sustainability. And soon, with the introduction of this bike route, we'll finally be able to add Wellington Zoo to our map of places that people can ride to when they're visiting Wellington. And of course, it's not just the zoo. It's the ramen shop. It's People's Coffee. It's Chichio Kachio. It's the farmers market, and the used record and bookstores. And these are the types of experiences that make a city memorable for people when they visit. Once the southern part of the network is complete, visitors to Wellington will be able to ride around the bays to Island Bay and then make their way back through Berhampore and Newtown to the city and do it safely. They'll be able to experience our natural landscape around the bays and the neighbourhoods that make Wellington unique. So, as well as making this route safer for people who live and commute through these areas, it also contributes to Wellington being seen as an amazing and sustainable place to visit and to live. Thank you.
Great, and thank you so much for the great work you are doing for the city. Any questions? Councillor Foon?
Just in terms of how many destinations, I guess just with this one to the zoo, do you see that as being a really good opportunity for your business and for visitors to Wellington?
Yeah, so at the moment, we provide one route, really, when people visit Wellington, and that's to go around the bays, out to the Wellington sign. If they're comfortable to ride on the road, then they'll go out to Shelley Bay. So it's quite limited, and then if they are experienced bikers, then we have other places that they can go to. When I lived in Berhampore, and sometimes I would work from home, and I would see some of our riders go up the hill in Berhampore, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I hope they're okay. Are they lost? And so, yeah, I do think that we can then encourage like a really beautiful loop to visit Island Bay and to Berhampore and into Newtown. So, yeah, it'll get more people riding different places, and we hope that we can bring some business to those areas too.
Excellent. Councillor Condi?
Thank you. Thanks for coming in, Ryan. I was just wondering if you could add your perspective on this issue about whether investment in these cycleways is affordable and kind of how you would prioritise that from your point of view.
I think fixing climate change is going to be expensive. I think that it looks as if there's quite a lot of government funding that goes into some of these cycle lanes. So I think we should make the most of it and show that we can implement projects. Yeah, climate change is tough, but I think it's something that we, as a whole community and everybody in the world needs to invest in, because if we don't do it now, it's going to get worse later.
Thank you. Thank you again so much for coming in. We're really grateful. Thank you. Right, and Sophia, welcome. Glad that you changed your mind and are coming on.
Sophia's just online. I'm trying to get her to turn her
Yes. Okay, good.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Right. Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry I was late. Back to my life. I've heard a bit of what's been said, and I live out by the airport way, so I don't really have a problem with people on bicycles or bicycle lanes being made for people who like to ride bikes. But let's just take into account, not everybody can ride a bike, and not everybody is a senior citizen or has disabilities that are, younger people have these things too. And parking, to me, in a vehicle is essential when you're looking at removing them from outside medical centres for a disabled person. They can't necessarily catch a bus. I cannot catch a bus due to the disabilities of being hit outside Central Police Station and having 7 fractures in my leg. I also can't ride a bike. Because of that, it seems to be a bit of a handicap. Not everybody suffers from these handicaps, but some people do, and some people don't like to talk about them either because they're quite personal. I think I can sort of see moving ahead with Wellington and making things more accessible for everybody. That's fine. But, there's a few things to be considered on both sides of the coin. I've seen cyclists hit pedestrians and keep on going. And, of course, you can't report that because we don't know who it is. Or you can identify to the police. I saw a person on a bike wearing a blue top. It doesn't give you a hell of a lot to go by. But when you see them knocking over an elderly person that's on a walking stick, that's a bit rude. But, of course, these things do happen. And not everyone is aware of that. There's been a few incidences just recently where cyclists have hit pedestrians and nothing's been done about it because nothing can be done about it. On the other hand, if you're hit by a vehicle, there's a registration, they can be pulled up, lots of things can go down. So, yeah, just another point of view to consider, I think. the changes the council plans to make through Newtown, there will be businesses that will be affected. With all the changes going on through Wellington City, there will be businesses that are looking at closing down because they will not be able to get the people quickly pull over, pop in, buy something and carry on their way. That won't be available if all street parking is to be removed. Now, we've gone through difficulties in COVID times that have caused a lot of pressure for a lot of small businesses. This is just another nail in the coffin, so to speak. I've spoken to about 4 business owners in the area where I work, which is central Wellington, and they're looking at closing up shop altogether because they've just had enough. They can't cope with the losses from COVID. They're trying to recover and stay alive, and now with all transportation, well, private car transportation parking being removed, it's just too much for them to cope with. They just can't keep riding it. This is just, of course, on the other side of the coin. I'm not too sure if you've thought about things because everybody is so keen for bicycle riding, and it is a healthy alternative, and it's great. But as I said when I started, living in the area by the airport, I've seen parents bike riding with their children. Their children are securely on the bikes, front seat before the parent, sitting there with their little hats on and their little jackets, getting bombarded with the Wellington winds, the Wellington rains, which we've had a remarkable lot of in the last few weeks. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I myself am a parent, I'm a grandparent. And I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I want to let my daughter ride around with my grandchild at the age of 2 in front of a bike. I mean, if you're to put your child in a pram, you'll get a pram protector over that child. I saw the other day one gentleman on his bike with 2 of his children, and he actually had a twin seat in the front of his bike with the pram protector on it, and I thought that's the best thing I've seen so far. I tooted to him and I waved to him because I thought, now that's what I call being a responsible parent. Because I'm thinking, yeah, there's a lot to be said for a lot of things, and I think people need to be educated correctly. If you're going to talk about riding a bicycle and giving it a motor, then what size motor does it get before it needs to be registered? Bicycles are known for running through red lights, weaving in and out of traffic to footpath, back to traffic, back to footpath. This causes problems, let alone on the road, but also on the footpath. So, yeah, you know, a bit of common sense, I think, needs to go through. I think at the top of my head, I'm not holding this up any longer because this meeting has gone on. That's just a few thoughts I've had and I've put together. So, yeah, I suppose that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Sophia. That was really helpful. We do appreciate you coming along. Councillors, any questions? No, I think you've been very, very clear, and we are taking that all on board given what we've heard today. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Right. Now, my Faz, do you need to introduce the paper? I think we probably don't, so I'm going to move the recommendations. Councillor Paul's going to second. Is there any debate?
Yes.
Councillor Calvert.
I just, maybe it's a question to officers. After what we've heard today, and we have heard quite a bit of feedback about even how the current temporary design has been. Are officers satisfied that they have enough time to assess all the information and provide a paper to us for decision making next Thursday?
Oh, yep. Liam? Thanks.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yes, we are. We've been sitting listening today. The team have been in this chamber, also watching online in the parallel session and taking notes on all the submissions made to date. I went downstairs about an hour ago and asked the officers if there's anything new to consider there. There are small matters to consider, but there's no reason why we can't produce the report in time for you to make your decision next week.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if we can vote now, colleagues, just hands up. Thank you very much. Has everyone voted? Terry, you're not allowed to. Cool. Okay, so that passes. So, right, tēnā, kua mutu te hui. We declare the meeting closed and we're going to stand for the karakia. Una here, ki te uru tapanui. Kia wātea, kia mama, te nāko, te tinana, te wairo. E te ara takutu. Koea rā e rongo. Whakaria a ke ronga. Kia wātea, ai rā kua wātea. Thank you so much, members of the public, staff and colleagues. A great day. Got lots of you.